Evening and happy 5 months.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another Breath of the Wild first playthrough sesh. Hope everyone's having a good day today. Welcome on in to Sir Wheatthins, Scully, Calroon, who resubbed. Thank you so much for that. Also, since you did that during the starting soon, I'm supposed to let's act like I'm dancing to Kiss from a Rose. Thank you so much for that. Bobena, hello, and lurkers, of course. Yeah, I'm excited to get back to being Link in this whole new world, and having my mind blown by yet more things. So let us resume our adventures here. Let's see. All right. Okay, last we left off, we went up a waterfall with ice. We fought a big old stone golem thing, which I believe someone said might be a Talos. How is the first playthrough going? Well, it's going wonderful. Mr. Banana 197, welcome to the channel for the first time chatter. So welcome on in. Yeah, we just started our second session. Well, our first session lasted like 14 hours because it was a stream anniversary. But yeah, so excited to finally play this game that I bought like years ago and was like, one day we'll go and play. Yes, hello, Calroon. Okay, let's see. We slew the thing, which was some. Oh wait, now we're here. Oh yeah, we did slay it. It was around here. Our attack power is still up. I guess we might as well use it and go down there. So I guess bonsai, huh? I got the climber's bandana. I did, yeah. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool reward for that little tricky part, huh? Uh-oh. Phew. Okay. I don't think I want those. And then we got one guy right there. Okay. I forget that you have to throw like that. Okay, gotcha. Mr. Banana, please respect the title of the stream, which is "Please No Sharing Info." Yeah. Just sit back, relax. Just pop some popcorn. Don't say anything, please. Thank you. Bokobo. Well, might as well. Oh, a luminous stone. Have I got one of these before? This mysterious mineral gives off a pale blue glow in the dark, which some believe to be souls of the dead. Apparently, this stone can be used as a base to make special clothing. Oh, sweet. All right. Well, our attack power is going down now. Okay. Let's see. Oh, God. Hey, that thing has legs. That's scary. Holy shoot. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, my gosh. Now we're getting serious, man. We used to deal with guardians that were stuck on the ground, and now they be walking around. That's serious stuff, man. Wow. Hey, look, we're doing the marketing image a little bit better now. Wait. There you go. Guess. Okay, so that's lit up. The two passes. Yeah, that thing's over there, man. Okay. The thing we fought, I think it feels like we might have fought that thing over here, huh? Yeah. And then we came up over here and found that tribe. I hear birds. Maybe we can get some eggs, huh? Oh, thank you, Calra. No, yeah, sorry about that. Oh, I must have deleted it. Okay, hold on. That's my fault. Okay, let me see here. No sharing info. There you go. All right, there we go. I'll also go and do this for good measure. I know I have the tag there still. No tips, no hints, no backseating, no spoils, but the tags maybe people will miss. So I updated the title just now, but I'll also put no sharing info. Let's see. First playthrough. I'll also pin it too. There you go. Wow, Link can really just hang out there, huh? That is amazing. Okay, all right. I got triple protection. We got tags, we got title, we got pin. We also have we have quadruple protection. If you're a first-time chatter, you'll see a message that pops up that says please don't share. But, you know, that's still still doesn't quite stop the things that unfortunately happen. Okay, we got some eggs. Okay, do I want to go down this pass? I want to get back to my horse. I love that they left a little. You see that? Left a little thing for me to get curious about. And I guess I'm gonna go after it then. All right, you win. Oh, wow, animals. You love horses. Oh yeah, there you go. Maybe that is why you also like My Little Pony. Maybe unrelated though. You're like, no, I like My Little Pony because of the animation style or the writing is great. Okay, let me try to remember how to play this game. Okay, here we go. I want to break this. So to break it, I use bombs. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. A, and then let's go ahead and wait. What's happening? Oh, okay. Oh, there it goes. Choo-choo jelly. You love bombs too? All right, there you go. So horse bombs. You like horses because of Little Pony. Oh, wow. There we go. The plot thickens. Got some flint. Okay, so that leads to where we're supposed to go. Yep. Very good. What's up, Harris? An attempt at sniff, but a miss. And another attempt at sniff, a glom sniff. Third time's the charm, Harris. There we go. All right. Right, kind of around the middle, 452. Hope you're having a good day today. Another sniff from Scully. Okay. 711. Very good. Very lucky number there. Shout out to the big gulp. Okay, so I think I came from this way. This is where the waterfall was. You know what this means? Scully, are you gonna make a 7-Eleven trip? You're gonna go take a little outing? Oh, Slurpee. Yeah. Or an Icy. Wait, I forget. It's Slurpee. Yeah. Icy is different places. You'll do it tomorrow after school. Wow. What the heck? When's the last time you were at a 7-Eleven, Scully? Probably a while. Okay, is there waterfall around here? I need to remember where I came from. Oh, over here. Wow, I almost fell. It seems like this water right there would lead to the waterfall, right? Yeah. I think I remember this. So let's get on. Let's just start crawling. Usually go to Circle K, but every convenience store is a 7-Eleven. There you go, yeah. Everyone is a conveni. Bobena and I had a hankering to get some 7-Eleven. Speaking of which, is because it was during a Dunpeel stream. Hello, Dunpeel. I think it was like we were watching Dunpeel stream something that made us want to just like stay up all night with some 7-Eleven snacks and drinks, as if we were back in the day, you know. Hello, Peel Dunn. Whoa. Throwing a curveball. I don't know if my old bones can take it. Yeah, hope you're having a good day today, Dunpeel. Right now, what we're doing is we fought that rock golem guy, and we defeated them. Then we resumed around that area. There was a nearby little bunch of bokoblins, so we fought those peeps. Got a little chest, and then now we're making our way back towards what the trail was, where we went to that waterfall with the ice. You heard Japan 7-Eleven's on another level? Yeah, that's what I hear too. So the reason why we're going back there is because I want to see my horse and see if my horse is still there. I haven't we have registered the horses, right? But yeah, I hope they're doing all right. I just want to check on them, you know. Oh, is that the waterfall? Wow. If it is, man, what a journey, huh? It is, yeah. Okay, all right. Now we know where we are. We last left. Gosh, it's so hard to see down there, but it would be so cool if we can actually see the horse down there. I don't even know. I guess I'm just gonna have to take the. I see part of why we went up here. What's up, Ultramelon? Hope you had a good day today. Yeah, when we came up that waterfall, the part of the reason why we came up here is to try to get past those barriers around this shrine that I couldn't figure out how to get past. So I'm going to try to drop in. But it's going to be hard to steer and stuff, so I'm probably going to fail. Well, that's all right. Plunge. Yeah, here we go. Excuse me. Here, yeah, you're here just in time for me to try to... I haven't even practiced circling around. Like I'm like some kind of skydiver or person. I don't know. Anyway, or a bird. Here we go. Oh, it takes stamina. I hope. Yeah, landing is okay. All right, I'm practicing my circles. Okay, it's not doing a good job, but hopefully I can just drop in like right here. See that? Oh, the horse is still there. Okay, we got eyes on the horse. Wait, I can let go of it for a second, right? Maybe I don't have to. Can I just drop right here? I should have saved before I jumped, in case I get stuck. We did it! Cool. Now, how the hell did I get out of here? Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll have to beat the shrine. But yeah, the horse is right there. Everything's okay. Everything's all right. I think. We'll see. Oh, man. That was sick. Watch, this trial says air trial. Did it, nat 20. Our good horse, never punished. Yep. Time flies. Yeah, I know. The very first time we tried that feature, we encountered a blood moon, and I freaked out because I didn't know what a blood moon was. I was like, I didn't know that sitting until morning causes the sky to turn red. I'm sorry. To you who sets foot in the shrine, I am Ha Dahamar. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. The water guides! The water guides. We did go up a waterfall. So maybe we have a little training for this. Alright. Let's see. Let's check out the place. Very nice. The only reason I knew what a blood moon was, because Terraria! Hell yeah. Alright. Well, let's do it. What happens when I do this? Huh? Wait, jumping is X, right? Yeah, okay. Man, what do I do now? I gotta do it from over there, maybe? I'll try. Let's see. Can I... Oh, I could maybe do it, like... Okay. Oh, okay. Well... Alright. It's a skinny ledge, but... Oh, shoot. It's too skinny. I can't get up there. Alright, we'll try again, y'all. Try again. Well, I'm accidental crouch mode right now. Okay, we're gonna jump. Okay. Okay, here we go. Made you even more scared about blood moons? Oh, wow, you knew too much about blood moons. Okay, alright, so now I'm gonna try doing, like, left side, right side, like alternating, right? Wait, whoops. Oh. I see, it wouldn't let me do it yet. Okay. Okay, so now I'll go this way. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cheeky breaky, huh? Okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Here comes the jump. Yeah. Let's try that again. I gotta jump from higher up, I think, instead. Ah. Oh shit. Can I? Oh yeah, I'll be in crouch mode. Oh no. Wait, I can go around. I can go around. Okay. Ah. Now you're thinking with portals. Okay. Expert jump. Thank you. Thank you. Now I have to go expert plus plus. I have to go beyond. All right. So let's do this. Hella snart. Yeah, I'm just one little mark short of a smart. I'm a snart there. Yeah, that's why if you're extra snarky, it's smarky. I don't make the rules. Okay, all right. This should do it, right? Here we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, I did it from behind? I opened it from behind. Okay. All right. Well, what else is there? Anything on this side? Only an R short of smart. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you put them together and you make an M. That's cool. That's sick. All right, so I can just do a little bit of a A little bit of this. I should still just keep going higher, huh? Okay, no pressure. I feel a lot of pressure right now. Okay, alright. Because life is pressure. And I should just jump, huh? Ah! Oh my god. That's a lot of water that way. This felt like I was like, hey, I'm on the way towards the end of the, oh, that's a dead end. Why do all these stairs go towards a wall, right? Looks like someone moved the throne this way. Like all this just to say hi to this wall right here. Like someone used to stay here, but then they did some renovations and they moved it this way. Phew. All right. Well, let's do stuff then. Okay, I saw a ball kind of hanging out somewhere, huh? Oh, there we go. Ball's going that way, and then you're dying. Okay. Okay, goal is to get the ball not to die. That's good. Hello, wall. Yeah, hello, wall. It's a sneak attack open. Yeah. They got me. Okay, what else can we see in here? Eh? Okay. Alright. I'm getting a little lay of the land here. So I guess this will take me close to the water over here. Whew. I guess I can get involved now. I gotta get close to me in order to do ice. Like I can't do it from... Oh wait, never mind. I totally can do it from like far away. How far away can I do it from? Wait, don't fall down there. You never know what might happen. You'll be comfortable. Okay. Alright, let's get out. We got a Relor in the chat. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna see how far I can do this. Test. Holy crap. That is a far... Yeah, Link, you have no business being, like, so omnipotent like that. Why are you so... Man, I feel like I could push goblins out of the way now. With like, whenever I see water and they're hanging out, I'm like, whoops. Looks like I just upended your day. Okay, alright, so let me just freeze. What does that do, huh? Oh, okay, and then I can shatter it, right? Alright, see what that does. There you go. Oh, shit. Okay, alright. So I gotta do 3 things then. Okay, so let's do a freeze right here so it doesn't... so it still stays going down so we can keep physics-ing. Yeah, let me freeze. Okay, there you go. Alright, physics. And then more physics. There you go. Alright, stay right there. Good job. Break. Alright, here we go. Nope. Okay, that's bad. Don't do that. That's why we need 3 blocks, huh? Okay, now get up here. And then we'll break that. Okay, do your thing. Shit. Well, that's why we're gonna do... That's not gonna work. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I'm gonna try freezing. Hey, stop. There you go. Okay, and then... No? Okay. Wait, I know. This will push somewhat. What makes this tough is that Link is breathing, and I need Link to stop breathing. Oh, it worked! Go! Shit! Okay. See, that's why we don't need that extra bit there. Very comfortable. All right, now we're thinking even more Portal-like. So let's do a better job down here. Okay. So let's put the ice block like right here, maybe. Stop moving with your breathing. I gotta aim like maybe slightly down just to get it correct. Oh, all right. Eh. Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Okay. And then, so I'm gonna stop you here. Well, maybe I should have stopped you first. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna reset this. So, that's the first one, right? And then whenever I make a fourth one, the first one breaks, right? So I'm gonna do this. Okay. And then I'm gonna make one right here. So that it's like kind of tilts you that way. Right? Okay. And then now we're gonna do the piece de resistance. Something like that. So it's gonna fall down. Maybe skate along here somewhere somehow. All right, let's see it go. Break. That didn't work. Okay. Yeah, I'm a fool. So let's try that again. So this one will. Oh, that's gonna break next, huh? Oh, shoot. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah. We need to make another one down here, and that's gonna fall. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. We have to break that one first, then. Then we gotta do this. Oh, man. Okay. Let's try it again. I'm just gonna randomly guess here, okay? Oh, no.
Prepare for trouble.
Make it double.
Meow, that's
right. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Svitty, gamers, hello. Welcome on in. We're just, you know, making ice cubes and stuff. So if that sounds like your jam, you know, grab a glass, enjoy some ice and water, and take a drink. What were you up to? Thanks, Stumpeel, for the hello there. Let's see. Let's find out what kind of gaming you've been into here. Oh shoot, I did it right after Stumpeel did. Okay, so you got two little shouty outies. The double shout outs because it's Half-Life 2. That's right. It makes sense. You know, when you have one half and another half, you make two. No, one. Okay. All right. Still working on Half-Life. Yeah. I remember, what was the last thing I remember? No, that was a different person. Okay, never mind. But yeah, finished episode 1. Congratulations, Fitty. Hell yeah. I remember you started it up mostly because also you were getting into it with, was that a Half-Life side story when you were playing with Nate? I don't remember. Anyway, that breath detail is wild. I never noticed that. The breath. The breath. I must have forgotten. Maybe I said something. Yes, the pizza resistance Scully. Yeah, that was the PS2 version. Okay, gotcha. All right, well, that sounds cool, Spitty. I hope, well, if you need to kick out your feet or eat and all that, you know what's up. We're just doing some physics, and I'm failing at it. Okay, so that means I don't need that. And then I can just do this. Yeah. Oh, wait, what if I make it not as oh, yeah, make it not as tilted so it can go even further beyond. That sounds cool. Let's break that. What if we do it down here? But we also need to influence them this way. Okay, hopefully we can do that. Will it work? This one might break up there, right? Oh yeah, that was too slow to build it out. Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, let's start again. Okay, so they're going down. Maybe, ooh, yeah, if they land down here, we can think with seesaws, right? So let's see that. Okay, we can do that. And then they might want to roll off, right? So that we don't want that to happen. So we're going to stop them like that. And then we're going to make a block here to make them go down. Right? So I'm gonna go like that. We'll see what happens. Oh, oh, cool. All right, all right, all right. And then you go down that way. So maybe like this, a little bit. Maybe right here. Let's see what happens. Oh, whoa! Nice. That bumped over. That's cool. Okay. All right, let's think a little bit. So it bumps down over there. So maybe I don't want them to bump down over there. I want them to nestle there so that we can launch them. But launching, maybe, I mean, it would be nice to launch, but maybe we can't do that unless a ball falls down, another force happens. So yeah, let's just make a little ice over there. See a little cube of cold over there. See what we can do. Here we go. Hey, what's up? All right. Mission failed a little differently than planned, or succeeded. Accomplished. All right. Hello. Wait, I gotta check. Is there a secret behind you? No. Okay. All right. One of these days. Yippee! So yeah, this is my first playthrough. Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. I've waited years to play it. I don't know what, you know, no good reason, huh? In the name of the goddess Hylia, I bestow upon you the spirit orb. Also, it's Dog Biscuit Appreciation Day, and I ate a dog biscuit. What? No way. Oh, man. Are we going to be able to check out the VODs? May the goddess smile upon you. Hit replay on that momentous moment. Happy Dog Biscuit Appreciation Day, everybody. Thank you, Svitty, for keeping us tuned in to appreciating those treats for our puppers. Oh, the thing is gone. We can get out of here safely. Hell yeah. Woohoo. And our wonderful horse waits ever so patiently. Hello. I would like to give you a little pet. Sounds great, huh? Okay. Do I have apples? I have apples. I must feed Apple. Okay, let's get off. I'm hearing that music. It's kind of sounds similar to the Epona song, maybe. Like a little remix. Maybe it's just the instrument type. Because you can play the ocarina, right? Okay. So I'm going to go and hold this, right? Hold. Can I give you all my apples? Will you eat them all? Let's see. I'm going to drop them right here. You want these? Look at that. I would give my dog a biscuit, but she keeps peeing in the house. Oh, my goodness. Aww. Sorry to make you wait so long. You waited a whole stream. Or between streams. That's 2 days. Alright, here we go. I see Beetle is waiting out there. But I think we're good. We've talked to Beetle. Let's start actually adventuring a bit more. I'm gonna head towards... Want some new close. I'm gonna start headed towards the glowy yellow dot thing. Until we get distracted, of course. Sorry, bird. Didn't mean to get in your way. Aw, look at all the horses. Do you want to just hang out with them too? Here, I'll just say hi to a little bit. Hopefully we're not bothering them. This might be their, like, book club day. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to. Okay, all right. Let's go. Oh, what the? Hey, a donkey. All right. Yeah, that's right. We fed apples. Or a mule, sorry. Whoa there. Oh, it's just a normal person. Oh, what a relief. Well, sorry for freaking out like that. A little while back, just on the other side of Lake Celia, I got spooked bad by this weird tree ghost. So I'm a little chumpy. I'm so excited for you to meet my favorite character, but I won't tell you who he is in case you don't meet him. Thank you, Scully. What's your horse's name? My horse's name is Never Punished. As in a reference to my antics sometimes are never punished. Anyway, seeing as how you're a nice normal person and not a ghost, how about we do some business? I'd love it if you bought something, but I mean, I'm happy just to show you what I've got for sale. The rest is up to you. No pressure. No pressure. Take your time looking around. Being in a hurry never did any good for anyone. We could buy some cool stuff. Goat butter, fresh milk, bird egg. Oh my god. This is amazing. Look at the deal. This is such a good deal. There's no Lon milk, it's, but I'll take them all. Wow, 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 wow. Yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Oh, I should have read the description. Butter made from the milk of a domesticated white goat. In addition to being used in dishes like stews and meuniere, it's often used when making cakes and other sweets. This fresh milk comes from Hateno cows and white goats kept in the village. It's delicious on its own, but can also be used as an ingredient in soups and stews. Bird egg. Yeah, we've seen this one before, but we want more. That's the last of them. Thanks for buying out my stock. Sorry, I'm fresh out of that. Are you ready? Can I sell to you? What do I got? Got even more of this amber. That's right. We collected a bunch of stuff after we fought that like golem thing. So I'll sell 3 of these. Wait, it costs 2? Never mind. Hold on. Maybe I can refine it later. Let's see. I got a bunch of these. Maybe 2 of these. 10 rupees. Hell yeah. Making bank. All right. Milk, eggs, and butter. We can cook some good shit now. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. There's a bunch of amber. That's nice. Are you ready? Yeah, goodbye. Who knows? Maybe we'll meet again. Or maybe not. I can't waste your time stressing about unknowns. Okay, bye-bye now. Can I talk to this guy? Nope, they don't want to talk. That's okay. See you later. Oh, look at that. They got rupees. Rupee, little banner. That's awesome. Here's a rock. Let's throw it against the wall. Okay, we did it. Oh, look, a little water. Do you think we can make ice out of this? Oh my god. Can we? I'm looking for the A. No, maybe not. It's too little water. Alright. Kakarika Village, Nateno Village. Alright. I guess we should take the left one. That's where... Well, if we take the right path, it'll be a long way, huh? Let's do Kakariko for now. That's closer towards the yellow circle on the map. Kakariko Bridge. Uh-oh. So important. It makes me feel like someone's gonna snipe me. Alright, let's go faster. Oh, that chest? There's some stuff to pick up. It's just a stump. Okay. Wonder if there's a troll under the bridge. That'd be cool. That might be. Let's see. Nice. Ooh, that's nice. Nice that a sword can cut down those little bits. Not a Communist 22. How's it going? Welcome to the channel, first time chatter. What is up is that we are playing the Breath of the Wild. Let's see, I think we'll leave these trees alone. First playthrough. Okay, let's go head towards there, huh? Wait, what's that? Oh no, it's just tree branch, right? Whoa, people! Okay, cool. And a goat. I wonder how the horse does with the goat. Huh? If there was a bridge troll, I would ask all the horses if they liked the people they were with, and the horse's answer would determine whether the people passing got to live or not. That's a good way to go about it, Scully. I like your problem solving. All right. Da-da-da-da. Did those people just walk by? Is that what happened? They're gone. Maybe they'll appear once I appear closer. Okay. All right. Oh, more stuff. Okay. More shiny things. Oh! I did it too soon. Whoops. I got a little impatient, I guess. Wait, what's that? Armoranth. That's a cool twist of a name. This tough medicinal plant cannot be broken, but it can be cooked. It's wait, what? Oh my god. So if I eat it, if I chew on it, can I chew on it? Its durable yet flexible fibers raise your defense when cooked into a dish. Maybe it just passes through me, you know, without being it's not digestible. Okay, we got a goat going on. Little goat dance. It can't be broken, but you picked it? Ah, true. What's up with that? Got opal. Maybe just the bulb part. There you go. That makes sense. Now we're thinking portals. Once again. I gotta get all these herbs. I don't get enough herbs. Maybe you could swallow it like an egg because it's squishy. Ah. Yeah, it is. The fiber's flexible, they said, right? Yeah. What's that in the distance? Oops. No, not bow. It's a living tree? Whoa. Amazing. Kind of wonder what all the foods in this game would taste like. All the weird herbs and flowers. Yeah. I know there's maybe like a cookbook, right, out there of trying to match some Zelda stuff. Okay, wait. I passed by... I think I passed by some stuff, right? No? Okay. When you cook it, it might separate like a blooming onion and be smooth. Whew, I love the theories. It activates with cooking. All right, anything, any more little bits I can get? Oh, the bug! I missed a bug. All right, okay. I guess there might be secrets down here, huh? Hello. Could be. Ooh, a shrine. Light is passing. Are you good? You look like a Korok. Are you a Korok cosplayer? Oh, there you go. Oh, you look like you have a beard. Shalaka, you can see me. I can see you. Let's see. Perhaps it's not meant to be digested, more just sucked on like a cough drop. There you go. Yeah. That's like gum. You're not supposed to swallow gum. Another thing I did while going after the towers is taking pictures of everything. Yep. That is a wonderful way to play the game. Shalazar, Shalaka. It's been 100 years since anyone has been... Wow, a lot of... This is a moment, you know? 100 years happens, and then a lot of things happening now. A lot of people will be talking about 100 years ago. I guess the common event is that I'm awake. I missed you, and I need your help. Those monsters over there stole my beloved maracas. Oh, no. I think they're still there on the other side of those rocks. I can't use my powers without them, Shoko. So please get my maracas back from them. All right. The Priceless Maracas side quest. Sounds good. Broccoli Man needs his maracas. Yeah. All right. Oh, you saw me already. Hi. Oh. Ah, okay, all right. Oh. You see nothing. How about I do this?
I am the rose of justice that slashes
I appreciate the follow. Hi. Oh no. All right, away from the horse. We don't. Oh no, the horse. Oh yeah. Oh shit, the horse. Oh, I forgot I had the claymore out. I guess that helps. Well, that accidentally helps. Whew. Where you at? Yoo-hoo! All right. Got a bit more to do. Got a shield. Can't carry any more shields. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me soothe you real quick. All right. Oh, you're sleeping. Okay. All right. So... Whoa! I've never done a sneak strike before. What the hell? That's so cool. All right. Sneak strike. Ooh, apples. I can give some to our horse. Give some more. I'm sorry that you got caught up in that tangle. All right. Hold. You want some more? Here, have this while I get the chest. Apples. Oh, oh, oh! They're rolling. Oh yeah, get out of the rain. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, your butt's still in the rain. Hold on. Let's get you a little bit underneath. There you go. Ah, perfect. Okay, you're out of the rain. Whoop, whoop. Okay, all right. Let's see if you'll eat the apples before they roll away. That's the goal here. All right, hold. Not the sledgehammer while taking it out. Yeah, I know. I was going for. Let's do maximum damage. All right, you want to eat these apples? Yay! Okay, all right. Eat those. And then I'll go up here. Gotta get the maracas, huh? Hestu's maracas. Hestu's beloved maracas. He's been shaking them since he was 2 years old. Wow, and you've been around at least 100 years. Oh, there's even more stuff to check out. But I guess we shan't get sidetracked. Look at that gem thing. Wait, not that. No, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, I can't peer over. Wait, unless I get up here. Yeah. All right, now we got a good way. Take a little peek. Oh, wrong button again. Okay. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Anyway. I guess that's why they have pins, right? You can pin all the little interesting things along the way. All right, never punished. Away. Whoa, you following me, goat? I hear you. Okay, we got archers up here. The Star Wars style. Ambush us. Ooh, puzzles. And a person. Okay, alright. Oh, crap, and zombies. Okay. Oops, wrong target. Oh, man. You're gonna die from the light? Yeah, okay. You're like a vampire. Just stole that man's maracas. Yeah, that's right. Lantern in the chat. Okay. Traveler's bows, very good. I'm up past my bedtime.
Oh.
Buket. Climbing cliffs is a challenge on a rainy day. Even for an old hand like me, best to just wait out the rain on those days. I'm selling a few things I picked up in my travels. Wow, there's some ultra balling going on here. What's going on? Oh yeah, lantern, of course. Doesn't cost to look. What a smile. Finest stuff. Oh wow. Wow. Look at all this stuff, man. All right. I'm gonna buy as much as I can. This is some rare stuff. This valuable beetle can live up to 10 years. When cooked with monster parts, its impressive vitality translates into an elixir that greatly restores stamina. Staminoka bass. This Hyrule bass got to be the biggest fish by never getting caught until now. Its long life results in a cooked dish that will restore a lot of stamina. Ah! Bright-eyed crab. This crab appears in large numbers when it rains. One bite of its delectable meat and you'll forget all your exhaustion. Replenishes your stamina when cooked into a dish. All right, sounds good. I like it. And might as well get some more of these shrooms, huh? Pleasure doing business with you. Thanks. Need anything else? Goodbye. Take care out there. Okay. Well, let's do a puzzle, huh? Is this made of magnesis? It is. Okay. I'm not sure how exact it gotta be. Oh, okay, there you go. Yahaha! You found me! Yahaha! You got 11. 11 seeds. That's cool. Alright, bye-bye now. What else is here? Bokoblin bangs, horns. Alright, horse, you good? You good? You're good, okay. Alright. Did I pick up all the fungi here? Yeah. Is this a bird's nest place? Let's check it out. No? Okay. And then we got a frog right there. So maybe... Can I sneak up on the frog? Oh. Maybe it saw me. Oh, don't go towards the water. Don't do that. Run! Alright. Sounds good. Okay. Phew. Whoa. Well, I guess we gotta climb up there, huh? Hold on a minute. Yeah, let's climb up there. Nice water. Anything weird about this water? Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's get that over there. Can I remote detonate while I'm on the wall? That'd be cool. Let's see. Alright, so I'll do this. Drop here. Start climbing. No, I guess not. Wonder how long the bomb lasts. It'd be cool if there was a timer. Wow, is there actual surface up here or no? Yeah, actually, huh? Wow. Amazing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can I make it? Okay. Let's go back. Oh, right. The stuff is down there because it exploded. Oh, that's funny. Okay, well. We got one there, and where's the other one? Somewhere. Did it fall in the water? Maybe it'll generate once we get down there. Ah, well, let's take in a view from up here, huh? Wow, look at that. Yeah, we're between the two mountains. Okay. Yep, I'm just gonna keep going straight through there. So, okay. Let's see. I could just jump down, right? Does that work? Oh shit! Glide, glide, glide. Oh, okay. Oh! All right. All right, goat. Don't look at me. Oh boy. Oh! I can break that. I can break that later. All right. Oh boy, here we go. Over here. Kakariko Village. If I could, like, actually walk through here with the horse. Oh! Ah! You don't want to go? Alright. Maybe if I... No, it's too small, huh? Yeah, okay. Let's go up. Ouch! Oh, there we go. Nana. Traveler, I'm sorry, but I seem to have twisted my ankle. Let's see here. Pet horse. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry you had to see me like that. How embarrassing. Say, traveler. Where did you get that Hearthstone booster pack hanging from your waist? Well, you see. That's all I'm gonna say. Well, you see. Yes, I do see. I have eyeballs as well. That Sheikah slate is a symbol. It means you are the hero of legend. Though there are few who know of such legends anymore, but we Sheikah have been waiting for you for a long time. You're very calm about this. Please, before all else, I must insist that you meet with our leader, Lady Impa. Where is she? Wow. Lady Impa's house is below Lantern Falls, just over there. In any case, it was a real honor to meet you. I suppose you're used to that, having lived as long as you have. My goodness. Well, you know, I'm going to leave the horse by, around here. There you go. Oh, wait, hold on. I have to do one little soothe. There you go. All right. Okay, be back. Tree branch, I see. Oh yeah, Spider-Man time. Okay. Okay, we got a little chicken. Man, there's something sparkling over there. Makes me want to check it out. All right. Traveler's sword. All right. Let's see what else. What have we got? We got the soldier swords though. This thing's about to go. Soldier spear. Yeah, I guess we're all right. What else do we got? Anything else? Just the sword. I mean, it's cool though. We found it. Yeah. Take a little swim. Little detour here. Oh, a little apple? What is this? A secret apple? Oh my god. I love it. This is like a little hangout spot and someone left their snack there. Yeah. Can I take it? Yeah. All right.
Prepare for trouble.
Holy moly.
Make it double.
Sassy.
Yep, that's right.
I appreciate you raiding on in, Sassy. Thanks so much. Hope you're having a good time. Had a good stream. And if you got to go right now, please do not answer anything if you need to go and just go. Hi, gamer. Zelda Hours. Zelda Hours. That's right. We were waiting years to be Zelda Hours, and now it's finally Zelda Hours. I'm going to give you a little shouty-outies here. Let's see. Let's see what you're up to. Okay, yeah, we just got to Kakariko Village, so we're checking out a little bit of a community place. You know, we're talking to people right now. You played Super Win the Game? Super Win the Game? I have never heard of this. If you want to share, you can also feel free to do that as well. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. All right, time-honored tradition, right? We got to toss this. Holy crap. Am I going to take someone's stuff? Yes, I am. Okay, so we've got fireplace thing we can light up. Neat, neat, neat. Yep. Okay, this is someone's Animal Crossing place. All right, we'll leave here. Very good. Pumpkins. Want some pumpkins? I mean, want some pumpkins? It's a retro-style platformer that was in a something charity bundle you got years ago. I don't know why something auto censored that. Well, what can it be? It was an Ends charity? Ass charity? Not much of a platformer, but I tried to play through my library. Hey, that's great. Yeah, that's good. Itch.io. Oh, okay, gotcha. It disabled a link. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, itch.io is the best place. It's awesome. Go there, find some indie games and play through them. Give them as much love as with some of these high-profile games. Anyway, but yeah, that's awesome. I like retro, so that's a good tip. It's rare to see a young lad like you in a village like this. You aren't part of the Yiga clan, are you? Yiga are the young people clan. Vulpix in the chat. Holy moly. That is my Monday scheme. It's been really great so far. Oh, good. All right. The Monday itch. I'm just pulling your leg. You look so serious. I couldn't help but goad you a bit. We call those who swear allegiance to Calamity Ganon the Yiga clan. They, well, let's just say they don't take kindly to those who would stand against Ganon. Seems they're active again, ever since that big earthquake the other day. But don't worry, I don't think you're part of that awful Yiga clan. I figure that much out just by looking at you. That must have been that bandana. Please, don't hold it against me. Here, take some pumpkins in exchange, probably. Yeah, fortified pumpkin. An extremely tough pumpkin, raised in village fields. When cooked, that toughness manifests itself by considerably upping defense. Sick. Fortified pumpkins are Kakarika Village's specialty. I put my heart and soul into every one of them. They're delicious. If you want more, I could give you some. Just stop by the fields and say hello. All right. Leave. Come back. Hello. Can I have more? Did you enjoy that pumpkin? You still have it? They make you stronger. I asked the old lady to keep cooking them so I can eat some every day. Cooking? I use fortified pumpkin in your... You use it in your cooking to make a dish as firm as my abs. By the way, a little exposition for you. I've got pretty fortified abs. Food like that would increase your defense. Putting lots of fortified pumpkin in the dish is key. Go on, experiment a bit. Okay. Wait, can I just take it then? Oh, I can say it says buy. Oh, cool. That's great. I love this. That'll cost you 20. Yeah. Got a keen eye to pick that one. Yeah, let's do it. This is just like being in a pumpkin patch, huh? Except usually you have to just put it in a wagon and bring it on up. We can't afford them all. It's okay. We'll try to buy as many as we can. Wonder how many pages of food we can have. All right, we're down to 2 rupees. Okay. So we came in from there. From there. Okay. David S. Pumpkins. Open 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay. Oh, Wow, yeah, that's in the middle of the day. Okay. Oh, we have to keep track of time for non-zombie type of stuff. Oh, I can open these? Oh, no, I can open this. Hello? What's this? A backpack? Package. Okay, very cool. Just a lid seal? Okay. What? New clothes, cute outfits. Oh, new clothes? Enchanted is open for business every day of the year. How's Zelda going? This is the older of the new ones, right? Yeah, it's the first one. Breath of the Wild, and then the Tears of the Kingdom is the second one. Yep, I've never played either of them, so, you know, we're starting with the first one. And when I look up to how long to beat, we'll be playing this for a while, it seems like. Oh my, look at that face. You're totally my type. Hi. Hello. Ooh, and you even have a Sheikah slate on your hip. Hell yeah. Wait. Huh? A Sheikah slate? Isn't that like a Hearthstone booster? I mean, an incredible thing that only incredible people can have? I'm not sure what this all means, mister, but it seems you're a great deal more important than you appear. Okay. Wait, can I buy from you? Do I have to go in here? Sorry to bump you. Okay. Let's see. Wait, I can climb? Alright, hold on. I'm just checking around the perimeter for secrets. Oh, yeah! Eh? No? Okay. Alright, no secrets. Oh, here we go. Alright, you're the shopkeep. Wow, look at all this stuff. Wait, I have 2 rupees to my name. Oh my god, I bought a bunch of pumpkins. Look at this thing, a Hylian tunic? That's so cool. A common garb that achieved widespread popularity in Hyrule, particularly among travelers. Its light yet sturdy fabric doesn't limit movement. Whoa, you can get a Sheikah, outfit thing? Welcome to Enchanted, my high-end boutique. By the by, that stealth chest guard over there is highly recommended. While you wear it, your footprints are nearly soundless, so it's perfect for hunting and stuff. Oh, but it offers very little defense. Small price for the extra stealth. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, let's see. What's this? The stealth mask? Whoa. It may look like a regular cloth mask, but it was made using Sheikah crafting techniques to suppress the noisy rustling of clothes. Perfect for sneaking about. Stealth chest guard. Armor designed for stealth, passed down through the Sheikah tribe. The special fabrics suppress the rustling of clothes even more when moving quickly. Man, we could be just like Sheik. Just like the old days. You love the stealth armor. Oh man, members of the Sheikah tribe wear these tights when they need to move stealthily. They're made from noise-suppressing cloth, a hallmark of ancient Sheikah technology. So cool. Oh man, we can get a cloak. Hylian hood. A hood woven using traditional Hyrulean methods. It's made from a sturdy material to protect travelers from the harsh sun and weather. Harsh sun. Everything here is part of the specially curated Clary collection. Please take your time looking around. Clary collection? The Clary collection, as in a high-end collection curated by me, Clary. But of course, I've personally selected each and every item in here using my flawless fashion sense. It's all highly recommended. Each item has its own unique features and abilities, so take a good look. Do you need anything else? Go on, ask me anything. I want to sell stuff. All right. What can I sell? Let's see. I know these things are valuable, so maybe it's time to turn them in for stuff. Okay. Yeah. All right. What is this? 60, 30? Yeah, let's do that. Let's sell one of these. So I still have a sapphire. And then we sell a ruby. We still have one of those. Hey, have a good night, Calroon. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, and then now we can, if we need to, we can sell more of other stuff afterwards. Wow, 20 for these, huh? I need to keep track of how much stuff cost. I'm always happy to take a look at what you've collected, so come back if you ever want to sell anything. Need anything else? Bye. Alright. So, maybe I want to wear that. I already have this, right? I already have the trousers. Let me see. Yeah, I already have some trousers. The warm doublet. The cold resistance is cool. So what's this one got? 1 to 3. Is it just defense up? Okay. 1 to 2, but stealth up. Oh wow, 700. Yep, 5. Yeah, that's outside of my budget. Expensive stuff. This is more in my budget. All right. Thank you. And then I'll wear the hood too. Wait, does the I wonder if the cloak replaces my bandana, huh? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's unequipped now. Okay, I think I'll only wear this when it gets harsh sun and weather, so that sure was a sound. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we got a little fit upgrade. We're a bit more red than before, a bit more crimson, burgundy. All right, wait a minute. My bow and arrow. I have the least desirable one equipped, so let's do that one so that will blow up sometime. That's good. Critical hit. All right, cool. I guess I could buy more pumpkins now.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Yep. Oh, a kid. Hi. Katla.
So hungry.
Wait. Can I give you food? Hold on. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to be chasing down a child and say, wait. Can I give you a shroom? Or do you want, oh wait, would you like maybe an egg? I will offer an egg. I don't know if you can eat that. Wait, milk? I don't want to make it presuming like I guess an apple. Yeah. Do you want an apple? We can find more apples for our horse. We already fed like 5, I think. But yeah, let's see. Let's see if this will do anything. All right, I'm gonna exit and then try to offer. Oh, that, nope. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on, let me talk to you again while I'm holding it. Uh-oh.
You there, who are you? How dare you trespass upon Lady Impa's abode? Is that a Sheikah Slate? But that would mean you are... No, it's not possible. Can it be? Also, this kid is frozen in time. Please forgive us for behaving so rudely. Of course, we have heard the legends from Lady Impa herself. Please, friend, go ahead and step inside.
I'm already your friend? Okay, alright. Oh, wow. Apples are placed right here. Oh, hold on. Okay. Can I talk to you while holding this? No, guess not. Okay, I'll stop bothering the kid. Sorry, an apple a day keeps a highly in play. Hey, what's up? I feel like I don't want to take... Oh, I can place one right here as maybe something will happen. Hold on. Watch this. Aha. Drop to be respectful, huh? To be sick and cool like that. Right there. Hey, what's up? Yeah, you found me. You got a seed. Very cool. Bye-bye. So, does that mean I could take all these now? Will you be mad at me? All right, let's see. I have desecrated everything. Okay, bye. Those are all for the horse now. It's going to a good cause.
Whoa!
Master painter. Congo. Nice sniff.
Huh? Are you? Sorry to bother you. Are you, fellow traveler? Or as for me, I just love art. In fact, I'm traveling the world in search of beautiful landscapes. Just between you and me.
Oh, the hair is like a paintbrush.
I hear there's a great fairy fountain somewhere near this village. I hear it's breathtakingly beautiful. Aesthetics aside, they also say the place can bestow some kind of mysterious power on people. However, since I'm an outsider, I can't get anyone to tell me any more details than that. These villagers never leave the safety of their village, so travelers like me are treated with suspicion. But I won't give up. Oh, and if I manage to find out anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Nice painting. I really dig it. Here, let's appreciate the painting. There you go. Oh yeah. That's awesome. It's one of those towers. Okay. Got a little shrine here. Wait. Are we able to upgrade our stuff here? Yeah, spirit orb time. Or, you know, trade them in. I have 4, right? Oh, I got 5. Okay, all right. You know what? Let's do stamina this time. Because of our climbing, sometimes we can't quite make it. So I would like to make it in some of those situations without having to consume a stamina thing. And maybe we could do cool stuff with the extra stamina, like in battle as well. Certainly running around more. I can perform more actions. Yay! Wow. Go and bring peace to Hyrule. Thank you. I've desecrated everything. Thanks for the clip, Haroon. That's funny. Watch roll in the chat. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. Now I can swim. A little better. Look at that waterfall. I am dying in the waterfall. All right, let's go this way. See ya. Okay. There's a lot to check out. Oh, cooking. Yeah. Ooh, a quest, huh? Oh, maybe this is how we can do that stuff. Trying to swim upstream like a salmon. I should know better. I am a different fish. Today's dinner is veggie cream soup. It's super nourishing and fortifying. Well, that's what they say anyhow. Must be true. All you do is toss a swift carrot, rock salt, and fresh milk in a pot and stew it up. Then voila, so yummy. So you can just cook with rock salt. Oh, I thought you had to like make it, like you had to make it good first before you can throw it into the pot. Okay, gotcha. Carrot, salt, and milk. Okay. Maybe I can use a pumpkin instead. Oh no! Coco is all out of swift carrots. But Coco promised to make Katla some hasty veggie cream soup. I'll bring you some. Thank you so much. Okay, Coco just needs 1 swift carrot. Just 1, and Coco can get cooking. Coco will be waiting for you here. Though, once it gets dark out, Coco will have to head home. Ah, crap. We gotta go and find a carrot already? Ah, jeez. I don't have one. That's not good. Can I still just try cooking with the milk and... I have only 1 milk, though. I could try. Let me see. I'll do a milk, salt, and pumpkin. Let's see what happens. Alright, so hold. Milk, okay. Milk, and then salt, and then pumpkin. Dazzy says, you could throw literally anything into the pot in this game. They do not care that much. I understand you, Dazzy. Yeah. What a commentary. Let's see. We can cook. Let's see what happens. We're cooking with the glass in there. It's a tough veggie cream soup. All right, let's see how they feel about that. That seems pretty good. Look at that. Grants a low-level defense boost. This creamy soup showcases the sweetness of vegetables in a veritable taste explosion. Coco, how do you feel? Oh, Coco, where are you going? It's already this late. Coco's got to get... No! No! I just made something. No! What? God. All right, bye. Oh, God, that was so funny. I should have kept track of the time, right? Because it's right there on the thing. Oh! Well, I guess I have soup. Time to take out my frustrations with that. Oh, shoot. Look at that. That's cool. I'll throw a bomb in the pot. Thank you, Scully. Alright, time to release evil spirits that have been sealed in here with the evil containment wave. Out, villain. Oops. Nice. Okay, wait. If it breaks under different circumstances? Yeah, I guess when I'm higher up on the table. Alright, we got some waterfall-y stuff going on there. Hello. Give me 9! I don't care at all. Wow, there's carrots next door. Okay. I'll throw cat kibble on the... Bombs and cat kibbles. Oh, that's what you're doing now, yeah. Yeah. Do you need something? I haven't seen you around here before, but there's something so familiar about that face of yours. Huh. Can it be? Oh, yes, I remember now. Long ago when the calamity hit. Time to sleep. Hey, thanks so much for the raid again, Sassy. I appreciate it. And I'll catch you next time somewhere. Probably in a Spitty stream. But you look just like the swordsman who was trying to stop it. That 'twas me. What? Say what now, entire nation? You're really the same swordsman from way back then? When? I'm impressed you're still alive here. Like, I don't know how long, though, peeps here be living. Maybe 200 years? Maybe that's normal. Young people these days sure do like their jokes. Wait. If you were really that noble swordsman, you'd have the legendary blade. The sword that seals the darkness. First time they mentioned the legendary blade? Whoa. Don't blow up the kitty kibble. That's good advice. Wizmander says, damn, I thought I was the only person who still hadn't played this game. Oh, man. You still held out, Wizmander? You still haven't played this game? You see, the thing about that swordsman is he trained with swift carrots instead of a blade. The legendary vampire hunter. He strengthened his body with a diet made entirely of swift carrots. And he tempered his soul with the sweet aroma of swift carrots. New profile. Oh, thank you so much. Bobetta did it. Here, let me show you just real quick the full, look at that. Bam. All 80s inspiry, grind fiction type of thing going on. Yeah. Scully, I'm going to have to approve your message. I know, Scully. Automod usually be hating. We do have the sword. It's up your butt. She got the hair. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. The wavy hair. I have a wavy hairstyle. Yeah. Or wavy hair, not style, but you know. That's how it grows. I see a hand. Yeah, Bobena's on the couch. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe Bobena waved. And you caught. Yeah, Harris caught it. And other people did. Maybe Automata butt spot. I know. The oppression. I'm sorry for the oppression. I guess since they're under my control, I'm complicit, so I'm sorry for me. And he tempered his soul with the swift aroma of swift carrots, too. That's what my grandfather always used to say, anyway. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait. What? Things making more sense. So I suggest you stop joking around all the time and instead have a carrot and try to be more like the swordsman. Oh, well, there you go. That's the carrot we needed. The other orange vegetable. This carrot is cultivated extensively in Kakariko Village. It strengthens his legs. Bleh. It strengthens the legs and hips when cooked into a dish, which helps increase your movement speed. All right.
Looking for carrots? You could buy some. If you want to be old,
No, I mean,
if you want to be strong, just like that legendary swordsman, then follow me.
hello. Oh, wow. We could buy more goat butter. We could buy more eggs. Carrot. Oh, and more guts. We already have some guts. That's gross. But, wow. It's amazing. Oh, so much. We could buy so much. Okay. I guess I'll take... Okay, we're going to make sure to have enough for the road. We have 4 in our inventory. Costs 12, right? So I'm going to go and bump it up so that we... Oh, they only have 5, huh? They only have the 5. Oh, because they're visually right there. Only 5. I'll take them all. It can't be. I don't believe it. We sold them all. Well, that's just dandy. I'm so grateful. Oh, good. I'll buy all your butter then, too. I got biscuits to butter, but metaphorically. It can't be. I don't believe it. We sold them all. Don't make me buy these guts, even though I don't need them. Oh, I can't. Actually, I'm not that rich. Okay. I don't know if I could buy all your carrots, though. Can I buy all your carrots? 12 times 16, so 120 plus 6. Oh, wait. No, we don't have enough. Sorry, but my mister will get a tizzy if I give away her stuff for free. Hold on, can I sell?
Oh.
Yeah, I want to sell. I will sell like 3 of these. $90 rupees. Okay, now we have enough. I don't get to leave this place too often. I really appreciate you showing me your exotic wares. Do you need something else? Yeah, hold on. Let me just buy stuff, and then I'll ask you about all that other stuff.
Oh.
Take them all. 192.
Oh.
Can't be. I don't believe it. Okay, now this, I cannot buy all these. They have 10 of them, 800. Yeah, that's too much. Maybe you unlock something if you buy them all out. Recommendations?
Oh.
Recommendations? Let me think. Well, everything I sell, really. If you want specifics, there's always swift carrots. My mister grows them. My mister. They put Kakariko Village on this map. We're all out of them at the moment. It's because of me. But I'll ask him to restock for me. Come back soon. Do you need something else? I want to cook.
Oh.
Just put some ingredients into a pot and cook them up good. You can use... Oh, okay. To cook, put ingredients in and then cook. But cook good. All right. You could use the one outside if you like. Really, I don't mind. Great. Thank you so much. That was funny. Mortar and pestle. That's cool. Oh, wow. This is a nice little area. I like it. Oh, they're eyeing me. They gave me that side eye. Alright, I'll leave your guts. Blowing up everything. Alright. Wow. There's more shops, huh? What the hell? Who are you? Oh, wait, you're the same guy. For some reason, I thought... See the top of the hat? I thought it was someone's face looking up. Oh, a shrine. Okay. I mean, I know the thing has been going off. Ooh, a moon? Is this only openable at night? Hi.
Oh. Hi. Are you a guest? I suppose so. You scared me half to death. Well, the regular bed is 20 rupees and the soft bed is 40 rupees, I guess.
Bye.
Oh, okay. You sleep great, though.
Alright, I'm sorry, man. What? Who came in? Oh. I guess the door just closed on its own. The email, but the sun is a bomb? That would be cool. Ooh, little divider thing? Maybe they're a streamer part-time and they want to make their background coverable. Uh-oh. Am I stuck? Oh no, I can jump. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Braca. I can't think about anything else. It's just ore and gems and making money all the time. Maybe I should try thinking about things that can help others and not just my wallet. For example, did you know you could put a bird egg into a hot spring and you'll make a hard-boiled egg? That's helpful. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Great very fountain, I will find you. All right. Thanks for the reminder on that. Okay. Man, so much stuff. Can I pick you up? No? Okay. What's back here? Uh-huh. Oh, look at that. You got a bow. Wait. There you go. A wooden bow. Never seen one of these before. This wooden bow may not be the most reliable for battling monsters, but it's excellent for hunting small animals. Oh, really? Wow, that's amazing. Okay, well, we have a bunch of traveler's bows, and, well, I guess we don't need the bow. There you go. Amazing. Got arrows. Okay. Okay. Just want to check it out. Maybe there's more eggs. Insatiable need for eggs. Clink in the chat. Whoa! Just buy arrows? That's cool. Fire arrows! Oh my god. Regular arrows. Okay. What's up?
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time we had a customer in here. Young folks in this village don't have much use for a bow. Well, it's a thrill to see a young lad like you come into the shop. Well, don't mind me. I take your time looking around. I want to sell? Hold on. Farewell first. Kid, you've lifted my spirits so high I could barely contain myself. I even miss my husband at the moment. Just a tiny bit. Okay. Oh, we can't afford more fire arrows. We have to sell more stuff. Arrow time. We got a sniff there. Good job, Svitty. We have 19 of the regular arrows. So happy to see young people choose violence. True. True. Look at you, still raring to go, even at this hour. It's good to be young, eh? Something urgent, I take it? Yeah, saving the world. Sorry. You don't know. You're it's all good, man. Let's see. What else can we do? I mean, we could sell those stuff, but 2. Whew. Oh, these are 60. The power of water. The essence of ice. Okay, maybe I'll go down to like 5 of these. So sell 4 of them. 240 is pretty good. Got some chew jellies. Go down to 5 of these. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a lot of arrows. Violence. Lorem ipsum. Alright. Very good. Okay. We still have to cook this raw bird thigh. That's right. I guess it's been surviving for a bit, huh? What else can we sell? We got 10 of these things. That's pretty good. I like that. How much are these? 2? Okay, not worth selling. Better to use them. We do have some cool elixirs and stuff. I like those ones better. Let's see. 40. This one only increase movement speed. Yeah, let's go. Let's keep it.
Ma.
Well, this is the same thing right here too. Hasty elixirs. Yeah, I'll keep it. Okay.
Ah.
All right, let's buy more fire arrows for sure.
Ah.
I want at least 10. Oh, I can only afford 10. Okay. Oh, wait. No, they only have 10. I see. It's what we can see. I forgot. Sweet. Well, I'll buy all these. 200 rupees. Yep.
Ah.
All right. I have 19, so I can buy more of these.
Ah.
Oh, they have 19. I see.
Ma.
Right?
Oh.
No, I have 29 now. Okay.
Ah.
All right. Well, we bought everything. What will they say now?
Ah.
I'm sorry. As you can see, we're completely sold out. Wait, no, you sold to me. You don't have to apologize. I thank you. However, I can still buy things from you. Is there anything you'd like to sell? Very well.
Ah.
At the rate you're going through arrows, you must be quite the archer. Back in the day, my husband was the finest archer in the whole Sheikah tribe. These days, all he cares about are his silly cuckoos. He's completely lost his nerve. He's gone cuckoo for cuckoos, and his mind, too. I'm sorry, he and I don't live together anymore, but the sight of you reminds me of him so much. Please don't mind me. I'm just rambling now. Oh, well, I'm sorry. But, you know, hey, that's cool. Maybe if that works for both of you. All right. Yeah, it is an ex-husband, so that just could be the arrangements. He's gonna be out of business now. Okay. I'm gonna keep going this way now. I guess I should say hello to Impa, huh? Alright. Oh, wow, mushrooms. Hold on. I'm gonna get some mushrooms. Can I jump over? Oh, yeah. Under the floorboards. Hi, Impa. I'm Link. I was just hanging out under your floorboards. If you heard anything earlier, that was me. Just a bit of a shroom connoisseur. Speaking of, looks like there's some more shrooms down there. Ah! Alright, don't worry. We're good, we're good. Alright, sweet. Any more? Ooh, fish. We could go fishing here too. What is this? Can I do something with this? I'll try. Uh-oh. I wonder if I'm gonna get yelled at for destroying that wonderful little tree. I could climb this side. Oh, hello. Are you Impa? Eh? A man? Huh? Is that? It's a Sheikah slate. Could you be the hero my grandmother told me about? What was his name? Lin. Oh, it's not that. I forgot. It's just bad. I'm just bad with speaking. As for me, my name is Pay. Oh, my name is Paya. Phew! I got it out. I know I should be able to say that easily, seeing as how it's my own name and all. I'm so sorry. Anyway, my grandmother's been waiting your return ever since I was little. Please hurry inside. Okay, I'm sorry, Paya. Just can't stand seeing a man. All right, we gotta go easy on Paya by not existing in front of her for too long. Okay, bye. I still feel like a boy, I think.
So, you're finally awake.
Voice acting.
It has been quite a long time, Link. I am much older now, but you remember me, don't you?
It'd be so cool if they got the same voice actor from Howl's Moving Castle when the main character is in the old state. What is the matter? You are looking at me as though I am a stranger to you. Those eyes, they lack the light of familiarity. It is I, Courageous One. Impa. Surely you must at least remember the name Impa.
Oh,
I see. So you have lost your memory. Well, it matters not. In fact, that may actually be a blessing in disguise for the time being. Dearest Link, please come a bit closer.
Hmm.
100 years ago. Yes, 100 years ago, the kingdom of Hyrule was destroyed. After you fell, Princess Zelda's final wish was to place you in a sacred slumber. And then, all alone she went to face Ganon. Before Princess Zelda went to nobly meet her fate, she entrusted me with some words she wished to say to you. I have been waiting 100 years to deliver the princess's message. It's, here it is. Sup. Just kidding. However, these words, which the princess risked her life to leave you, well, if you are to hear them, you must be prepared to risk your life as well. But I am afraid that burden may be too much to bear while you are still without your memories. You still owe me $5, Link. That'd be good. I leave the choice to you. When you feel you are ready to receive the princess's message, return to me. I'm ready. The words that the princess risked her life to impart to you, I cannot pass them on to someone who lacks conviction, you fool. Are you prepared to risk your life for the greater good? I guess. I am. The fact you moved your cursor down shows me you don't have conviction. Not a memory to your name, yet you are as intent as ever to charge forward with only courage and justice on your side. You have not changed a bit. Once a hero, always a hero.
oh,
Very well. This is your Hero Academy. Since you have lost your memory, I will recount for you all that has happened. And then I got up and got breakfast on day number 52.
the history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages. This evil has been turned back time and time again by a warrior wielding the soul of a hero and a princess who carries the blood of the goddess.
Wow. That's us.
With the passage of time, each conflict with Ganon faded into legend. So listen closely as I tell you of this legend that occurred 10,000
10,000 years ago? That's 100 hundreds.
Hyrule was then blossoming as a highly advanced
No.
civilization.
1,000 hundred?
Even the most powerful monsters
Yeah,
posed
100 hundreds.
little threat to the denizens of the realm. The people thought it wise to utilize their technological prowess to ensure the safety of the land, should Calamity Ganon ever return.
Love the tapestry textures they have.
They constructed 4 mechanical wonders that came to be known as the Divine Beasts. They also built a legion of autonomous weapons called Guardians. The Divine Beasts were piloted by 4 individuals of exceptional skill from across the land. And thus, the plan to neutralize Ganon was forged. Upon Ganon's inevitable return to Hyrule, the princess and the hero fought alongside these 4 champions against this ancient evil. The Guardians were tasked with protecting the hero as the Divine Beasts unleashed a furious attack upon their terrible foe.
Whoa.
And when the hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness delivered his final blow, the princess used her sacred power to seal away Calamity Ganon.
$10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
100 years ago. In preparation for the foretold revival of Ganon, we strove to follow the lead of our ancestors of 10,000 years prior. But in the end, it didn't even matter. We tried so hard with our careful planning when we underestimated his power. In order to avoid ever making that grave mistake again, the princess left you these words. Listen to more Linkin Park. Free the 4 divine beasts. That is what she said. 4 divine beasts? The 4 divine beasts are the ancient Chica weapons wielded by the 4 champions who Ganon defeated.
for trouble!
Oh my god.
Make it double!
Shout.
Out, that's right!
Hey everybody, how's it going? I appreciate you stopping by here. We're playing a bit of Breath of the Wild, my first playthrough. Hope your stream went all right. Oh, thanks, Bobena, for the welcome to the Raiders. Now, you can tell us what you were streaming, or you can just hightail it out of here. Up to you. Oh, thank you for that, Dumpule, as well. We had a little combo from Dumpule and Bobena. Thank you. Final Fantasy VII. How does that go? Oh, look at those DDR emotes. Yeah, I haven't beaten 7, but I played a big chunk of 7 on PlayStation 1. Maybe almost beat it, but for some reason never did. But yeah. Were you just doing some kind of challenge run or a regular playthrough? Or, man, what if it was your first playthrough? A modded playthrough. Okay, cool. What's the mod? Tell us if you have the time. But yeah. We're in Kakariko Village. Learning some serious stuff right now. So if you'd like to stick around and join us on this lore drop, pull up a chair and join us with this Impalore. The 4 divine beasts are the ancient Sheikah weapons who wielded by the 4 champions who Ganon defeated. Lots of stuff. What is voice acting, widescreen, updated UI, and texture 60? Oh wow! So like quality of life, like all sorts of upgrades to it. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what that looks like. Maybe I should pop in to see a VOD and see just to see how much different it looks compared to the PlayStation game. That's awesome. The divine beast Va Brudania, controlled by Durek of the Gaurons, or just Derek if you want. The divine beast Va Medo, controlled by Reveille of the Rito. The divine beast Va Ruta, controlled by Mifa of the Zora. So we got the Gorons. I mean, the Rito are the bird people, right? And then we got the Zora, the fish people. And the divine beast Va Naboris, controlled by Urbosa of the Gyarados.
Oh,
It would be extremely ill-advised to face Ganon without the power of the divine beast to help you. Let's see, is that the Echo S mod for voice acting? Ooh, Echo, never heard of that. You must infiltrate the divine beasts that were stolen away by Ganon 100 years ago and bring them back to our side. More information about these divine beasts can be found by locating the 4 races scattered across Hyrule. Oh, wow, here we go. Wow, look at that. Damn. This place is huge. The Sheikah Slate will guide you on your way. You must go where it tells you and meet with each leader there. Free the Divine Beasts, main quest. It seems to me that your Sheikah Slate is not yet complete. The device Princess Zelda left to you is your guide and also your memory. Now let's see. Someone at the research lab in Hateno Village might be able to help you. Hateno Village?
oh.
God, it's pretty good. Barrett's voice actor is killing it. Oh, sick. The location shining on the eastern edge is Hateno Village. It is a small village, one of the very few places that avoided suffering significant damage during the Great Calamity. Locked mementos also. Help us, Link Kenobi. You are Princess Zelda's only hope, and Hyrule's as well. I wonder, should I play when I get... So I'm doing a Final Fantasy first playthrough journey. So 3 is next, right? I've done 1 and 2. I've never beat any mainline Final Fantasies. Dumpill's my advisor on what I should, what direction I should take for some of these decisions. Dumpill, should I just play the classic Final Fantasy VII without any mods, or should I try out this mod? You cannot turn back now. Follow your heart and seize your destiny. Seek out Impa. Complete. Oh, okay. I thought it was about to give me a third one. I was like, all right, sweet. Wow. Okay. Oh, wait, who's coming? Who's coming in? Oh, it's Paya. Hi, Paya. Master Link, whatever is the matter at this hour, dark magic preys upon the land when darkness falls. Please, promise to take care. Oh, thank you.
Ah.
Hey, Paya, you're in the way. Is something wrong? Do not tell me the steel has slipped from your spine. Oh, wow, that's a phrase. Steel has slipped from your spine. Wow. I realize you have just awoken. I am not suggesting that you must defeat Calamity Ganon right now. For now, you should focus on getting that broken Sheikah Slate fixed. Hurry to the research lab. Understood.
Yeah.
Princess Zelda is fighting Calamity Ganon all alone. It won't let me move the camera. You are the only one who can save her. The only one who can save Hyrule. Now go! You must! Alright. First playthrough, no mods. Okay, thank you, Shelton, as well, for your little advice. You only ever played 1 and 2? You're in... I've played 7, but not to... I haven't beaten it. Yeah, so I've never beat a mainline Final Fantasy game. The ones I've played is actually 1, 2, and 7. I have not... So 3, I'm actually partially through 3, but I took a hiatus and then came back. So I'm restarting 3. But yeah, never played 4, 5, or, you know, I did play a little bit of 5 with the cart I got. Never mind, I lied about that. But I basically didn't get very far. And then 6, never beaten that or played it. Or 8, or 9, or 10. Definitely not 11. 12, 13, yeah. Those are all ones I hadn't even switched on yet. Played some 14. Never done 15 or 16. Are we at 16 now? Are we at 15? 16? No, we're at 16 now, right? Yeah. 15's the one with the four guys, right? Oh wow, book. But please don't frighten me like that. Do you need something from me at this hour? What you doing? I'm just jotting down some thoughts and just my boring daily affairs and such. Really, that's all it is. It's all good, man. Boldra Hill, first time chatter in the channel, welcome on in. Oh, here we go. We got a little let's see. Drop which games you played. Let's see. 9, 6, and 4 are your top 3, Shelton. Oh man, I feel like here's what my feeling is that I'll love 5 because I also love tactics and stuff like that. So I'd really like the more crunchy gameplay stuff. And I think 9 is going to be up there too. That's my guess. I know that 6 is legendary, 4 is more narrative based out here. Bulger Hill says 7, 6, and 4. Yeah, 7 is I've played. That's the one I played, and it is awesome. So looks like 6 and 4 is winning as well between the two of you. 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10 are must plays. Oh, you skipped over 5. That's funny. And 8. Oh no. Don't worry, I'm definitely gonna play 8. Yeah.
Stop looking at me.
Ton-
It's only when I play.
Well, 8's a beloved one. For some peeps that know me. I don't want to name them.
Coming over. Hang on. Just for context, this is Bobena. I've only ever played Final Fantasy VIII, and for a long time, I've always said that it's my favorite. And then I found out that lots of people don't like it, and then I got real upset about that. And now I've watched a lot more Final Fantasies, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
So the list is the list is, as the more Final Fantasies I see grow, the more to the bottom certain ones get. That's all.
You're learning more and more about more
I'm just learning more and more about Final Fantasy.
I still think. I mean, I see a Gunblade, and I'm like, whoa.
I'm real excited to see 9.
I'm ready to
because
Linkin Park it up with that
I've also never seen 6 too. So
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. We're on a journey together here in this household.
yeah. Okay. So just clearing
Thank you for
my
the
Final
thought.
Fantasy
Yeah.
8 defending ass.
Hey, yeah, and then the Natoid is also a big 8 fan. They're all good, don't get me wrong, but these are the best. I mean, yeah, when you got they're all high quality, and then there's which ones you like even more on top of that. 5's pretty juicy, yeah, job system, tactics, you'll love 5. Yep. 4 is the perfect little JRPG, great story. So yeah, 4 seems like it gets into some classic JRPG. That sounds good. Boulder Hill, I was the opposite. Played 8 as a kid, kind of hated it. At least listed as the worst, but after replaying it, really dig deep. It's not too bad. All right, cool. That's good news. Aren't you tired? I'm seeing to the upkeep of the heirloom in grandmother's stead, paying tribute to our guardian deities. I spend my days praying so that no disaster befalls the people or the village. That's a pretty heavy responsibility. Con, oops, sorry.
I didn't mean to.
I know, you probably meant to type somewhere else. Yeah, 8 is overhated. Overhated, wow, yeah. I like that term, overhated. There's overrated and there's overhated. Just a tad bit. Oh, yeah, don't worry. Well, I've heard about how you can go and manipulate the game system, but all we have to do is just ignore that is a possible route and just play it in the spirit of the intended pathing. But my car just heated up, so gotta drive home. All right, safe travels. See you later. Yeah, that's a heavy responsibility. When I finish to take a look around, it's already almost sunrise again. Oh my gosh, I hope you get sleep. But that's okay, I always remind myself that I'm doing this for the sake of our people. Compared to that, sleep seems inconsequential. That doesn't seem healthy. Is that okay with you? Wait, isn't this the same thing? Aren't you tired? Yeah, alright. You asked me if it's okay, but you won't let me answer. I spent over 20 hours playing Triple Triad for the best car. Oh, wow. Before you went to the first mission? Oh, damn. Okay. Is that okay with you? What's in your face? What? There's something on my face? What are you speaking of? Oh, are you perhaps referring to this crest? Let's see. Can we see your face? There you go. This symbol is a sort of talisman for the Sheikah. It wards off evil. It is customary for those with a long Sheikah lineage to have this crest inked onto their skin to honor their past. Cool. Is that okay with you? Yeah, goodbye. Sorry to bother you. It's almost dawn. If you haven't slept yet, you really should. Staying up late can't be great for your health. Is it almost dawn? Yeah, 4:45 a.m. That's true. Oops. Ooh. Usual bedtime for Dunpeel. The Journal of Various Worries. Well, my wife left me today. The last thing she said to me was, "What's more important, the cuckoos or me?" "I choose the cuckoos," says the Bowmaster. Wow. Next page. A painter unfamiliar to any of us has arrived in the village. He claims he is searching for the Great Fairy's fountain, but that's near where the village's spirit protector resides. We must make sure the outsider doesn't learn of the location of the fountain or the 2 shrines near it. Oh, shit. Anonymous father of 2. Holy crap. We're learning more and more. That new guy in town looks like he really knows how to tune a bow. I hope he comes by and knocks an arrow for me. It's been way too long. Lonely arrow girl? Oh, no. Day in, day out, I'm outside barking people into the shop. I don't mind, really. It's good money, and busying myself helps to numb the pain. Spicy, I know. But the only thing that really helps me feel better is walking among the fireflies. Unfortunately, we've now been asked to not walk around at night because it's dangerous. I don't know how I could cope without the fireflies. Struggling shop girl. There is a precious heirloom that has been passed down through my family for generations. Recently, I've begun to hear voices telling me that the heirloom has an important destiny. It's going to happen soon. It makes me nervous, but I can feel it in my bones. Papaya. Wait, this isn't Paya, right? It's papaya? Okay, stop reading. Right? Their name is not Papaya. This is just Paya. Yeah, you're just Paya. So whoever wrote that is someone named Papaya. Unless it's a mistake.
Oh,
That Sheikah heirloom has been guarded by our tribe for generations. Oh, there it is. Wimpod in the chat. By our tribe for generations. I must request that you not touch it. Even for an esteemed guest such as yourself, there are certain rules that must be respected. I totally dig it, man. Right? Just because you have a lot of power doesn't mean you can mess up stuff that are precious artifacts. Certain people in modern day. All right. Wowee, there's so much to do. Oh, is the kid here? Kid's not there. All right. Phew. What to do next? Well, let's see. There's some shrines, right, in Great Fairy's Fountain. There's shrine number 1. I guess let's go there. Whoa. Oh, that's the sound of a brush. We got clothes. We've been there. Have we been over here? Bunch of chickens? Cuckoos? Oh, wait, cuckoos. That's, is that the Bowmaster? Alright, hold on. Oh, is it a hot spring or what? Are you a hot spring? Or you, no, you're just a little water feed area, huh? I can't crawl in. Damn. All right, buddy. Oh my god, you love cuckoos so much. I'm gonna call this guy Charlie. Oh wow, can't get in there. There's some bows here. Huh. Okay, well, Charlie's not here. Yeah. No, hello. Yep. Found me. Man, so much waterfall stuff. That's cool. So this is another way, but we want to go up to the to that shrine, right? So let's do it. Here we go. Ooh, apple. Ooh, lizard. Sorry, lizard. Bye, lizard. Okay. I wonder what happens if we chop this down. Might cause some destruction. Alright, let's not do that too much, huh? Yep, okay, there goes the apple. Bye, apple. Talo Nag Shrine. Let's do it. Barrels and boxes can be pushed around. Okay. Is this related to eggs? It said Nake? Eggs. To you who sets foot in this shrine, I am Talo Nake. I share with you my knowledge that it may please. Oh, is this a battle one? Oh. This seems like a trap, huh? Huh? Oh boy. Well, something happened. Oh my. What the? You're not gonna shoot lasers at me. Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This will create an opening that you can use to strike back. Wow. Side hop. Target enemy. Strafe. Jump. Okay. Side hop, huh? Is that side hop? I guess. I hit you. Now what? Wee. Okay. Oh! Look at that. I learned a new thing. Oh, that's so sick. Just like in the old days, huh? Ow. Okay, hold on. Restore a little bit of health. Something that does 2, but not hasty. That's cool. Tough mushroom. Sneaky. Just a baked apple. Okay, I'll do this one. Yes, okay. Oh wow, that's so cool. What the frick? Wow, that was awesome. Do a backflip to avoid enemy attacks and create an opening to strike back. Okay. Target enemy, then backpedal, jump. Oh, hold on. We have a sword now. Claymore? Oh, shit. That's not what I want to do. Oh, target. There you go. Oh, Hold on, let me practice back here. Oh, right. Let me. There you go. No. Eh? Oh, there's the backflip. Okay. I think I was looking at the Switch controller. Yeah, I have the Pro controller right now. Okay, gotcha. So I could do this. I see. Wow. I'm gonna do that. Strafe. Okay. Ow. Okay, I got it. Oh, right. Now what? I got you. You can repel an attack if you parry with your shield at just the right time. Strike back in the opening you create. Perfect guard. Parry. Ugh. Wait, why is that parry? Why is that button to parry? Ready shield and then A to parry. All right. I'm pressing it. Why no? Do I? Oh yeah, I'm wearing a two-handed weapon. That's why. Wooden mop. No, that's a two-handed weapon too. That's a two-handed. Torch. I got it. Ow. I did it. I think. Build up your power and then release it to unleash a charge attack. Oh, I already learned that one. All right. Ow. You did it. With the power of Torch. You have done well to learn these crucial skills. Now proceed. Amazing. Oh, sick sword. Guardian sword. A sword often wielded by Guardian scouts. Its blue energy blade is a product of ancient technology. It's not very durable. That's amazing. I guess I should change to that. Well, I should probably make these get destroyed sometime, so I'll do that. All right. So I wonder, these are probably weapons in here, huh? And a shield? Sword and shield? Shield of the Mind's Eye. There you go. Yep. Had no excuse. It's a rusty one. Wait, is this still better than this? No. I wonder... That rusty shield is made of metal, right? So, can I... Oh my god. I could totally start doing some cool stuff. Alright. This rusty shield, you know what? Much respect to you. I'm sorry I disrespected you like that. I'm gonna drop this wooden shield and pick this rusty shield back up so I can use you for being Magneto. Eightfold blade? What the frick? A single-edged sword traditional to the Sheikah tribe, forged using ancient technology. It just may be among the sharpest conventional weapons ever made. Woo! Oh my god. Alright, well, I like the boomerang. I like having a mop, and a hammer, and a torch, and an axe. So I guess the thing to go is the claymore, because I want the pokey thing too. Having a pokey thing is good. Alright. Wow, look at that. Okay, alright. This is also fragile, so I guess I should save it for a rainy day. Pokey. Alright, I guess I'll have this. Amazing. wonder if there's any chests like sneakily around here as well. Maybe. I don't know. Opal. Oh, thank you. Maybe that was the bonus chest. Your triumph over the test of strength subverts a prophecy of ruin. From the ashes of Hyrule, a hero rises. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I bestow upon you the Spirit Orb. Wow. Bum, 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 bum. May the goddess smile upon you. Thank you. Throwing weapons. If your weapon is close to breaking, try throwing it at an enemy using R. Yeah. Double damage if it hits. Cool. It's a good system. All right. Let's hit save here. Okay. Let's see. It's been 2.5 hours since starting the stream, so I think we'll take a break now. So stretch, get snacks, use the restroom, pet your cats, etc. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back from break. Let's move on to see if we can find that other shrine. Also, I just now only caught how Dunpeel had mentioned that I had voided doing the easily brokenness pathing for FF2, so probably would be fine for FF8. But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge it, you know. Okay, it says between two shrines is a fairy fountain. I wonder if we could find another one cut somewhere around here. Then also, while I was away, I did go and do a little order of a convenience store delivery, a little snacky time. So I'll go on a on a short BRB once the delivery driver is here. Cause we gaming right now. Hitting up the convenience. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Oh wait, well, who's that? What's that? What is that? Is that bad or good or? I found the other shrine, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Hylian shroom. What's a Hylian shroom doing in a Kakariko place like this? There was a little glowy blue thing. Wow. Found some more shrooms. Alright, let's just go over to that glowy thing. I need a little more perspective. Let me get up over here. Okay, what's going on down here? Okay, I see shrooms. At least one shroom there, another shroom there. Wow, there's so many shrooms. The colors blend in. Oh yeah, there's even more shrooms over here. This is just like Final Fantasy XIV all over. Oh, I see it. Oh wow, what a cutie! Oh, it sees me. Oh, it's like Pokemon Snap. It disappeared. Wow, that's amazing. The forest spirit. That's so cool that it could see me from so far away. Oh wow, look at these mountain shrooms. I gotta try to get. I have no choice but to try to get it, right? Man, there's so many shrooms here. That's awesome. I know, right? It's got a mystical aura. Okay. Any shrooms inside there? Oh, there's even more stuff down there, too. My gosh. Hello. A hearty radish. A rare radish that grows best in sunny plains. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase max hearts. Baldra Hill is back. Welcome back. Wow, there's a fox over there. Is that a squirrel? Enhance. No, there was over there. I'm not talking about these two. Oh, yeah. See, I can't really see. It's a different angle, but you see there's like another creature among those two. You haven't played Pokemon Community game in so long? Oh, man. That's right, Impidip is there. Might be almost gone, though. Okay, I could try to get back. Yeah, there's more shrooms to pick up here. Wow. Oh, and a lizard. Bye, lizard. Oh, I guess I should... Okay. Shrooms. This is the best. This is the best place, man. Alright, let's see what this is all about. Okay, I don't know. I guess I gotta get a ball in here. Oh, there was that ball in the Impa's place, so maybe we'll keep that in mind for later. Hold on, just making sure I'm not missing the driver. Wow, they're fast. They're gonna be here in just a second. Okay, let's make our way back over, maybe over here, because there's some more trees and stuff. We might get more stuff. Zelda's still weird game to you. You almost finished Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. You do own every Zelda, but you never finished any of them. Wow, haven't even tried. That's so cool. Well, I feel like I have a little kinship with you because of I'm just playing Breath of the Wild for the first time, and I have not really played Majora's Mask nor beaten it. Skyward Sword. But I guess I've played a lot of Link to the Past, though. That's like my favorite Zelda. But yeah, I definitely got some to work on. Silent Princess. This lovely flower was said to have been a favorite of the Princess of Hyrule. A Let's keep that in mind. Once feared to have gone extinct, it's recently been spotted growing in the wild. Whoa. Maybe because we woke up, we started making flowers appear. No. Okay. Wow. This might be a rare flower. Let's hold on to it, you know? In those games I buy because one day I'll play them. I said that since Twilight Princess. I feel like you've... Oh, is that a fairy? Oh my god! It looks just like Ocarina of Time days. Oh, and there's different colors, just like Majora's Mask. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea Breath of the Wild had fairies that looked just like the ones in the 64 days. Oh my god, that is so good. I am so happy. Okay, hold on. I'm just collecting a little more shrooms before I go over there. Such a cool discovery. Yeah, whoa, man. I hope I don't spook them up. Oh, I hope I don't scare them too much like I did these birds just now. Sorry. Okay, it looks like the driver's almost here. Okay, I'll be right back, and then we'll go check out those fairies and also this lizard. Crouch. Okay, all right, be right back. All right, I'm back. Made sure to got our snacks here. I got us a Pringles can, sour cream and onion. Just one of the 3 flavors we got. So there you go. There was a light. There's like a lamp post that's outside that seems to have a new light it put in, or maybe I never noticed it was there and now it's new or something. I don't know, but it shines really brightly. I was like, and you also don't glow the same color as before. So I was like, huh, I wonder why. Wonder what's up with that. Maybe just a new installation, maybe entering a more of a surveillance state. Who knows? And also got a little bev there. And then I haven't had a Pringle yet, so let's have that. And then we'll try to get this lizard, and then we'll try to see what's up with those fairies. With the, you see a Sprigatito lurking in the back. Good eye. Here, let's enhance. There it is. Yeah, Sprigatito is just kind of. That's exactly what cats do sometimes. You know, they be hunting you. Yeah, that's our life-size Sprigatito plush. We got a big, not a life-size Lapras. That would be way too big. But we got a big Lapras right there. And then we got Substitute, the Substitute doll. When you use it in battle, we got Tunic Fox, a couple of Luigi's. We got this plush from round 1, Crane Game, won that. And then we got over here Totodile with the Luigi hat, and then Psyduck with a Luigi hat. So they're both doing a Luigi Bros kind of thing going on. Those 2 are life size as well. You want a life size Joltik? That's good. I wonder how big Joltik is. Maybe a Pokedex entry will tell you that. What's up with the can? Okay, there you go. Cool. It is a little like, I know I keep switching, but like it got a little weird right there. Yeah, okay. Anyway. All right. All right, good to go. Got it. All right. Oh, there's a blue glowy creature again. No, that's a fairy, huh? No, it seems like the creature. No, it's just a plant. Including these. Oh, fireflies! Someone wanted fireflies, right? I gotta bring them to her. Oh. Got it. Okay. Sunset Firefly. These fireflies glow gently in the dark. When cooked with monster parts, the compound that causes it to glow results in an elixir that will allow you to move more quietly. So funny. This is just like the snail, the sneaky snail, right, Harris? Where it glows, but it's sneaky. Man, I hear music. All right, let's start quietly entering their domain. Okay, these are flowers. The Silent Princess. Pretty sure it's the smallest Pokemon. Maybe Flabébé is a bit smaller. Oh, okay. Hello. What's up? Oh, we just have a fairy now? This fairy will fly from your pouch and heal all your wounds the moment you lose your last heart. Wow, it's easily mistaken for a firefly at first, but it glows in the daylight as well. It's not. You don't need a bottle? What? Where do you store it? Where do we have it? Oh, it's in our materials? Okay. Wow. That's so cool. That's amazing. I wonder how many we can have. We're madame in the chat. I'm trying to be respectful. It's a precious place to me. But I feel like we've now exited the ferry area. And I will return in a second here. Oh yeah, who's putting up those, huh? Alright. Okay, here we go. Giant cactus looking thing. I wonder what secrets it holds. Oh, I'm making sounds in the water. I wonder if that's anything. It was kind of high up, so I wasn't sure if my crouching would let me get to it. Oh, wow, what's this? Endura carrot. Highly valued as a medicinal plant, this carrot contains large amounts of nourishing energy. When cooked into a dish, it boosts your stamina beyond its maximum limit. Nice. Oops. Got more of them over there, huh? Man. This is the best place. Alright, I'm gonna try approaching here. Boy. Sweet boy, please listen to my story. Sure. I am the great fairy Kotara. This place was once a beautiful spring. But as time passed, fewer and fewer travelers arrived to offer me rupees. As a result, my power has abandoned me. I'm nearly powerless now, so I beg your help. I need rupees to become whole again. All I need is 100 rupees. Once my power has been restored, I can help you do great things, boy. Oh, wow, what the frick? That hand is bigger than I thought. Now, if you have rupees, hand them over to me quickly. In order for me to regain my power, I need 100 rupees. Okay. You just scammed me out of 100 rupees, maybe. Ah! Thank you. You are too kind. Ah, the power! It's overflowing! Wow. I guess you eat rupees or what? Hello! I see, you're in the water and also underground. Wow, that is a big fairy. Even bigger than the Ocarina of Time ones. Oh, they have the music. Oh, what a feeling, that first breath of fresh air after an eternity of decay. It's just so intoxicating. This is the genie energy from Aladdin. It's like 5,000 years can give you such a crick in the neck. Thanks to you, I've been returned to my former glory. And as they say, one good turn deserves another. I can help you, boy. Allow me to enhance your clothing. Oh, fashion. It's the least I can do. Or wait, you mean magic properties? But I will need the necessary materials. With the power available to me, I should be able to enhance your clothing a little bit. Enhance away? Which clothing item would you like me to enhance? Well, my climbing one I like to use. But if I, let's see, climb speed. Oh, it tells me what it'll do, huh? Defense up. I have bokoblin horns, yeah. I have those as well. Wow. Oh, I can only use, oh, I shouldn't have sold my bokoblin horns. So many of those. Okay, so I guess I can only do, I could definitely do this one. All right, let me do my thing. This bandana, oh, alright. A great fairy has increased its defense by 1 level. All finished, just a bit stronger now. Oh. You've heard about set bonuses, right? How a set of clothes that have all been enhanced twice could have a bonus. But only if you wear the whole set. Well, and not all sets have a bonus. You want me to enhance it? Yeah, let's do it. One more. Feel like you gotta pick one of these, huh? Well, I'm definitely not gonna wear this as much at the moment, so I guess the Hylian tunic. Leggings, the legs are the common denominator between these two, but I'm wearing this right now, so guess I'll do this. You want me to enhance the Hylian tunic? Yes, please. All right, let me do my thing. Come back when I've restored the power of your sisters. This is Kotera. Bye-bye. Amazing. So cool. All right. Continue onward. So the fairy fountain was between the two shrines. So went from shrine to fountain. So if we keep going past the fountain, we might find another shrine. Ooh, more fireflies, huh? A lot of owl action going on. I cannot believe my eyes. Something about fireflies. I forgot the lyrics to that one song. Okay, yeah, I guess we've already done that. Kind of went in a circle, huh? Okay, so if the fountain, fairy fountain was there, then I guess actually going beyond is going that way? Oh, can we get to the top there? I guess we can. There's so much to do. Man, and when it becomes daytime, we gotta, like, go back into town and give people fireflies and stuff like that. Oopsie. Oh, I hear them. Yeah. Okay. Fairy fountain music. Huh. Yeah. All right, let's try it. Maybe I shouldn't have done that running start. I just wasted my stamina. Okay, all right. I might have to eat a Oh, okay, never mind. Wow, something's moving up there. Okay, I might be able to stand on that thing. Maybe. Oh, it's raining now. No. I hope it. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll fight against the rain. Let's see. What else? What would be the best? Let's see. Restores and extends. Okay. Not the rain during the big climb. Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. Okay. Am I gonna burn through too much? Is it worth it to just jump? Almost. Wow. Yeah, I'm really eating through it. The guy was right. It's best to wait. Man, I wish that temporary stamina was used first. Oh my god, it is maybe better to jump. Yeesh. I have so many stamina mushrooms. What else I got here? Okay. Alright, I'm jumping. Oh, come on. I made another jump, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Wait, hold on. I do got the mushrooms. Oh, I have to cook it to release the stamina properties. Shoot. Does any of these give me stamina? Oh. No one cooked. I need elixirs. They would show the symbol, right? Yeah, if they have the stamina thing going on. Some of these have double symbols. Oh, man. I got so close. Yeah, that's my bad. Alright, well, I just burned through a bunch of my stamina stuff. Guess I gotta wait. Hi. Sorry. Wasn't sure what would happen if I pressed A on you. Well, it's getting to be morning soon. Maybe, well, okay, the rain's going away. I probably still need stamina to get up there all the way, huh? I played myself for a fool. All right, let's just go back to town. Ooh, what's that again? Oh, chicken. Okay. Hey, can I buy this? Okay. Hey, you're not painting right now because it's raining, right? They say there's a great. Yep. I'm not gonna say anything. Yep. Not gonna give up, even not if it rains, snows, lightning. I'll let you, of course, I'll let you know if I find out anything. Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh man, the fire is out during the rain. Yep. Well, I guess I should go to the go visit our horse again. Hippopotamus in the chat. Oh wait, Firefly person. Okay, they're indoors, and that's fine. Are you a Firefly person? I forgot. No, you're the inn.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
All right. Carrots. And then... What were you? Oh, arrows. Wait, you wanted fireflies?
Ma?
That's right, my good man. I knew it the moment I saw you. I had you figured out. One heck of an archer, and I'm head over heels for a fine slice of man that can use a bow. So how about it? Why not take out that bow and show me something special? You got it. I like your attitude. All you got to do is light the torches by the goddess statue. I think you're up for the challenge. Goddess statue. You really don't know about the goddess statue? It's the spring in front of Lady Impa's home. Oh, okay. You got it.
Ma?
The thought of a young hunk drawing a bow just makes my day. Oh my gosh. The arrows of burning heat. Okay. So Lady Impa is there, so then we go this way. So then we gotta light them, but that's raining. Ugh. It may stay lit, I don't know, but I'm not, it doesn't seem like it may. So I'm gonna keep going. Yeah. Hey, do you like fireflies? No. Okay, bye. Bowmaster, you here? Pumpkins. Another residence. I like that the door takes a little Oh.
Oh.
My wife used to tell all kinds of stories under this tree. Now it's up to me to pass those stories on to our children. Not as good as she was, though. Oh. I wonder if they'll be here soon. If who will be here soon? Man, somebody likes fireflies. It's cool the water is going. Little rain can't stop me.
Ah.
Aren't those swift carrots something else? They sure are. Aren't they, though? Yeah, I grew these beauties here myself. We stock them at our materials shop. If you're hankering, yeah, go there. Okay. Oh, is this? What is this? Oh, a farming hoe. A farming tool primarily used for tilling fields. Its fine craftsmanship is sturdy enough to withstand backbreaking field work, but its battle applications are untested. Wow, man, we have so many, like... This is... Wooden mop is 5. Maybe we gotta throw the mop away, finally. No, we gotta get rid of... I like having the sledgehammer. 2 swords is unnecessary, but... Okay, we'll give up the poke. So I can have another farming tool. Anyone here? No? Have I looked at this before? Doesn't seem like it. Alright. How you doing? You doing all right? Here. I have some fruits. You want to try a carrot? Well, maybe you'll eat carrots. We'll see. How do you feel about this carrot? You like it? All right. Okay. Well. Oh. What the?
Yeah.
A gem's value lies in its beauty. Okay. Yep, same thing as before.
Oh.
I'm certain my mentor can help you. Your mentor?
Ah.
You mean Impa? Lady.
Oh.
Oh, it's in Hateno. Oh, the research. Yeah, the research place. Tree branch. Man, who was it that was like fireflies? Oh, both kids are here now. Ghosts aren't real. I hear a woman crying.
Oh.
Are you taking a break as well, Master Link? If so, allow me to introduce my precious daughters, Coco and Kotla. The weather is rather unfortunate today, but we won't let that bring us down. Any moment I can spend with my girls is a gift. It's something I make time for every day, no matter what. I always end up boring them with the same stories, though. Huh? Oh. What stories?
Oh.
There's a shrine right above this hill guarding the Sheikah tribe. Sometimes from the forest behind it you can hear a woman sobbing. Oh, it might be the Great Fairy. That's the story I'm telling the children right now anyway. Actually, the location I speak of is where the village's guardian spirit resides. But lately monsters have been lurking there and it's become quite dangerous. I'm scaring my daughters so they won't go near that forest. It works on Coco, but for some reason those stories just excite Kotla. Oh, man. Okay. I can pick up. Can I fly with these still? Let me see. Oh, there's a chicken on the top of the... Okay. I can fly with these still. Wow! Do you want to hang out? Now there's both of you here. Oh, crap. I don't know. Do you want to be on here? That seems cool, right? Or maybe I should put you back... I should probably put you back in the... Oh. This might be a little collection quest. So, hold on. I gotta throw you. Oh, crap. Not that way. Shh. Wait. Slide, slide, slide. Good, good, good. Alright. Alright. Wait, let me jump over. Okay. And then throw in, huh? Okay, wait. You're in. Good. Yes? Oh, you're selling to me, that's right. You have anything new to say? No? Alright. The Wright brothers had nothing on these little chickadees. True. Oh, yeah, everything's brightening up now. Hey, J-Station, you brought good weather. Thank you for that. I hope you're having a good day today. Starting with your day. Okay, let's light these up, huh? I wonder if I can line up a shot to only spend 1 arrow and light up 2. They probably, yeah, okay. It's hard to do that. Okay, so let's do that. We got our fire. Here we go. So violent. All right. Yeah. All right, did it. Hyrule's great. We're in Kakariko Village right now, and there's so much to do, and it's lovely, and it's great. We encountered a giant fairy.
Yeah.
We met Impa, and we got new quests. We did main quest stuff. We did some shrine stuff. We increased our stamina. Yeah, overall, good sesh. Hey, kid, I saw you. You were amazing. Boy, what a shot of the heart that was. My husband's a fine archer himself, but we're living apart right now. This feeling, it's been so long.
Mom?
I'm so excited right now. That really was something special to see. In fact, here, a token of my thanks. 20 rupees. If only my husband hadn't become obsessed with cuckoos and had kept up with his archery skills. If only. Okay. Arrows of Burning Heat complete. I met the fairy, yeah. Alright, well, I hope I don't come between you and your husband if you say you're just apart for now. Just, now I need to talk to the husband. Oh, yes, it's cooking time. What say you? Coco promised hasty veggie cream soup. Hasty veggie cream soup. I need to do that, yeah. Huh? Huh? Coco spells swift carrots. This is for you. You want a carrot? Is that a swift carrot? Thank you so much. So very much. Now Coco can make dinner for Kotla. Yeah, time to get cooking. Wow. What did I make of them? I feel like the Breath of the Wild did exactly, I think, what they should have done. Where when I think of Ocarina of Time, it was like the first time things went huge. So like Hyrule Field was like a big place, and then like when Twilight Princess happened, that's what I played. Then like the fields got even bigger. But Breath of the Wild is like they went like exponentially larger, and there's very few people in this game that you can justify making them larger than life. And the Great Fairies are like genies then. You can make big. So I think they did the right thing. The Great Fairies were big in Ocarina of Time. Then they were like, bigger! Make it the fairies bigger. So I think they did a good job. Yeah. It's like Miyamoto dropped by the desk and was looking at how big they were making the character models, and Miyamoto was like, bigger. Here, please have some. Coco's treat. All right, sweet. Coco wants to try cooking different things, so Coco could be a great chef just like Mother. All right. Sweet. I'll talk to you again. What should Coco make now? Oh, hot buttered apple sounds good. Mother used to make it all the time. Kotla loves it too. Let's see, the ingredients are some apples and goat butter. Oh no, Coco's out of goat butter. Coco's a bad daughter who can't do anything right. Well, hey, you're all right. It's okay. Coco will never be like Mother. Voila, goat butter. Is this goat butter? Are you sure about this? Really? Thank you so much. Coco means to stay right there. Wow, Coco, you're a great chef, especially for your age. Like, I feel like maybe at your age, you might, part of your school, if you attended school, you might be taking part in the process, but you're like doing this all on your own and stuff, and that's great. What a yummy smell, and that hint of butter makes all the difference. Oh, and the apples are superbly sweet too. Here, take some, it's something else. Hot buttered apple, oh man. The apple sweetness has been enhanced by smothering it with butter and baking it. That's it. This feels like it's easy to reproduce in real life, huh? If you're gonna go and try to put butter on an apple, yeah. Coco, you're good. Relax. Yeah, exactly. What should the fairy look like, Miyamoto? It should look like more. You butter. I'll butter your apple. What? Now I'm thinking about the Adam Driver, or when he's the Sith Lord, when he's like more. In fact, that's the gif he used in like the internal work messages. He's like, "What do you think, Miyamoto-san?" And he's like, he sends gif. More. Coco will work hard to get better and better at cooking. We did it. You got another one for me? Father's favorite, tough meat stuffed pumpkin. Ooh. Fortified pumpkin and raw meat. I got raw meat. We have one raw meat. We saved it just to see if it spoils. Hell yeah. He's at work right now. You're not a bad daughter. It's okay. Voila, raw meat. Ice Cube is in the chat. Coco knows when someone is lying. Father isn't good at lying either. Wait, I have raw meat. What do you mean? I'm not lying. Oh, raw bird thighs, not raw meat. Ah, damn it. I guess they only count the like the beef kind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm just a confused person. Okay. Well, I'll come back someday. Right now... Oh, wait. I have to cook some stamina stuff and then climb a mountain. Alright. Oh, wait. No, that's just a reminder. Right? Yeah, okay. I lied again. Okay. Very good. Can't tell if Coco is 12 or 68. That's good. Alright. We're going to cook stuff. Glazed veggies. Okay, we definitely need to cook with these stamina stuff. So I'm gonna hold there, put a little acorn in there. I think if you add a bunch of if I do a bunch of carrots, I can still increase a lot of stamina maybe. Let's see. Ah, that's what a waste. Steamed mushrooms. I only threw in one mushroom. Oh, maybe that's why. That's right. Carrots do movement speed. That's why I ruined it. Okay. All right. So now I'm gonna do this again. This, and then do just apples. Okay. You lied with thighs. The worst kind of lies. Energizing. That's not very energizing. Okay, I thought that the acorn might do a little magic. So let's do a little egg in there. All right? Egg, and then I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and do tons of shrooms here. There you go. Yep, we got a full stamina. So what if, let's say we do one of these and then like... That's hella eggs. All eggs and one shroom. Do we still only get one little bit of stamina? Yeah, okay, I see. There was some trick that lets you like use a little bit of this. Maybe it had to do with the acorn. So I'll just do that. Ooh, I should cook with pumpkin. Alright, here you go. Maybe some salt. Yeah, that's still just a little bit. That's too bad. Alright, this time it's gonna be all the rest of these. Can I salt the taste? I don't want to ruin it though. I'm afraid. Okay, a bunch of mushrooms plus an apple. No. Oh, stamina when cooked into a. Oh, okay. Mushrooms and 1 carrot. Taking a risk here. You punk! Oh, my mushrooms! No! God damn it. Ah. Well, I'm gonna cook with 1. Upping defense. Okay. Yeah. Wait, you know what? Let me stop this. Let me go and drop. Can I drop? Or stop holding? Just both of these. I'm gonna do both of them. Just 2 carrots. I'm not taking no risks there. Okay. Temporary stamina. Okay, I'm gonna ask. Oops, not that. Okay, salt, pumpkin, and then this makes. That makes a soup, right? Veggie cream soup. What about salted apples? Buttered and salted pumpkin. What about a fruit medley? There you go. Pumpkin, carrot, apple, butter, and salt. It's just a hot buttered apple. Where'd the rest of it go? What? Apparently, okay, let me just do this. Can I have hot buttered pumpkin now? I have no apple in this. You would eat anything buttered and salted? Oh, man. Tough salt grilled greens. I see. It doesn't have the dignity to be represented. Salted and buttered carrot. Still greens. Cook it with it to increase your stealth. Okay. Iron salted. How about a shroom, an egg, and some salt? There you go. Can I have a mushroom omelet? Salt grilled. I see that's what they do. Yeah, the adjective salt grilled. How about egg and butter? I have no cheese, huh? Oh, none of these increase stuff, right? So I can add one thing that increases a thing. Oh, I can use herbs, that's right. Raise your defense, okay. So this will increase stealth. All right. Eggs with this thing. Still greens. What? Greens? I threw an egg in there. What are you doing? All right. Salted. Maybe it's green eggs. There you go. Yeah. Okay, I'll do Hyrule herb. A couple of those. Salted to taste. All right, sounds good. All right, I'll stop salting things now. I guess I have a raw bird thigh that I can like try to enhance with stuff. Increases movement speed. All right, we're definitely gonna salt this leg here and butter it, and maybe increase defense instead. It always sounds so chuffed when it works. Oh, yeah. Tough salt grilled prime meat. Yum. Salt grilled. All right, that's enough of the salt now. Oh, stores a lot of stamina. Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna hold this, and then I'm gonna have to add stuff that does not add. Yeah, like only add health things. So I'll just add a bunch of herbs to it. Actually, I can pull back on the herbs. Hold on. Hold. That's one. That'd probably be enough. Just herb and fish. Here we go. Energizing steamed fish. There you go. That's great. Okay. Actually, let's sort. There you go. Hylian shroom. Okay, this does maximum hearts. Can I just cook one thing? Good. Iron shroom. 5 iron shrooms. No, yeah, hold on, sorry. Sometimes I go for the... I forget that I'm limited by how much health I actually have, so actually having 2 is probably the better optimal way to go here. Because each restores 1 heart, but if I cook them, they'll probably restore 4 hearts. Oh, never mind. It's just 2. Okay, cool. So then I can do 4 right now. What? Whoa, defense up, up, up. That's amazing. All right. Can move stealthily. Yeah, I could just do a bunch of these. Can I do stealth up, up, up? Herb and fish. I know, that's what I heard too when I said herb and fish. Herb and fish. Yeah, that's like super stealth right there. Alright. Increase movement speed with like maybe a couple shrooms. 3 shrooms, and then movement speed. Okay. Heightens your senses so you can move silently. Oh, stamina. This is also a stamina one. Wow. Cook with it, increase stealth. Don't want that. You want just maybe some herbs here. This increases the health. Okay, so 1 herb there. I think we could do just like crab and herb there. Shout out crab feed. Okay, all right. Maybe a couple crabs would be better. Yeah, and then throw in. Can I throw in some salt? There you go. I wonder if I can ruin a dish by adding too much salt. Just so I can realize. Oh yeah, energizing salt grilled crab. Instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. 9 out of 10 fishermen agree. Crab is best enjoyed grilled and with just a bit of salt. There you go. Nice. What an accidental discovery. Okay, we have the snail. Feels like I would want a buttered snail. I don't know. Upping defense is good. Florges, or Florges in the chat. Oh. Oh, look at all that salt emote. Very good, Harris. I'm glad you come equipped for salt. Seems good. Add an apple. No, add an egg to that. Hearty omelet. Yeah, that's good. That's good. What's left? These are all strange materials. That's food. Yeah, we're getting to the end of it here. Thanks for your patience while I explore the wonderful world of cooking. Three. It does half a heart normally, so this is like 1.5 hearts. So maybe just the full 5 carrots. That looks like a devious, like, yes, yes. I wonder if I can combine like boosts, right? So this increases movement speed, right? Hold. This is defense, movement speed. Hold that. This is stealthily. Defense. Stealth. Silent. Okay. These are all elixir stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. So I got 2 movement speed with things. So I'm gonna cook with those. Oh, what's that sound? Oh, it's just tasty fried wild greens. I guess it's 7 minutes long. Maybe that's, you get like a super boost in time. So now I'm gonna do defense. So I'm gonna go pumpkin. I think this is defense too. Yeah, there. Maybe I'll do both. Yeah, pumpkin is only half. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Got a double boost in defense. Okay, so this is stealthily. So I'm going to combine all the stealth. There you go. Just a bunch of a bunch of the flowers in one mushroom. Sneaky steamed mushrooms. All right. Wow, that really does. This is a really big boon for if I need to move stealthily. I have so many of those nightshades. Oh. Oh, is this just cooked well this time? Because now it's 3. Maybe that's what that sound means. Sometimes you get a critical hit. Oh, shoot. Am I running out of... I might be running out of pages, huh? What happens if I cook one more time? It looks like I'm full on 3 pages. I'm going to try it. All right. Let's do it. Hold. Oh, I can't carry any more meals. Yep, there it is. Okay, well, I guess we're moving on. Let's start doing things and then eating. Oh, man. All of this. Okay, this omelet might help me there. I also should increase my climbing speed to help me with that goal of mine. It was to get up somewhere up there. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, it was that one. All right, let's climb that before it rains again. Well, loaded Uber Eats guy, yeah. Let's increase our haste anyway, actually. I have an elixir. Do I still have elixirs? Yeah, I do. Yeah, there we go. Hasty elixir. Drink. Here we are. Just call me Uma Linksame. Let's go. Okay. Oh wow, what's this? A new thing. What? A rusty halberd. Your driver is 52 stops away. If you fill up your pages, it means it's dinner time. Yeah, that's true. Rusty polearm, likely used by knights from an age past. The spearhead is in bad shape due to prolonged exposure to the element, so its durability is low. I'm going to leave it here. I can't carry it. It won't do much use for me now, but I wonder if in the future I can like polish it up. That would be really cool. Okay, this is what I wanted to climb before. I think maybe it might be easier to do right here when it feels like it's at its highest on the slope. All right, here we go. Some of these are stamina up. This is temporary stamina up. Yeah, you get a bunch additional stamina. Okay, I'm gonna do this. All right, here goes. Making the climb. Don't you dare the rain on me. Oh, I see the rain is coming sometime. I see a weather forecast. That's cool. You know what's funny? I guess I didn't even need it. It was really all that rain that really killed me, huh? Whoa, look at all this. More Silent Princess. We gotta be careful. Oh, there's a shrine. Well, I guess I can see lots of shrines from here, huh? Dang. Beautiful. Yep. I agree. We'll pause to take a look in a second here. Man, I wonder what happens when you stand on this. Whoa. Look at that. There we go. It's almost like the cover marketing art. I'm just in different stuff and closer and yeah. Oh, maybe right here, actually. There you go. I don't know. Everything the light touches. Link hitting the Captain Morgan. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was doing that. Yeah, yeah. Let's get that knee up there, right, Link? Get that knee up there. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Well, you're kind of just showing off your skills at floating. What the hell is this? You like drove your feet into the wood and you're like floating in the air. Stanced up. Screenshot button. Bradley doesn't have time to stop and smell the flowers. He's too busy picking though. Yeah, that's right. I'm going for the sense of touch and sense of capitalism. All right. So nearest shrine. Not that one. That's a weird thing. There's something. That's something we could climb right there. But I see that shrine over there. Ooh, what's all that? Huh. Okay. Okay, there's that shrine. And then the ferry was there. There's the ferry. So that means the other shrine's over there, that direction, huh? Okay. Where's the one that we saw? When we climbed up here. Maybe it was way out there. Yeah, okay. It might have been like that one. Maybe that's the one we saw. Oh, no. There you go. Okay. Ugh. Do you think we could... Oh, I'll be leaving my horse behind, but do you think I could just fly over there right now? God damn. That seems so scary to just go and do it. I might die. Speaking of which... Gotta try from so high up. Yeah, it seems so exhilarating. And then you can go to that one, then you go to that one. Well, here we go. I'm gonna go for it. What's our weapon right now? A full blade? Okay. I'm gonna get a run. Cowabunga! Oh, we have increased stamina too. It's like we were ready for this. Temporary stamina. But no, it can't be true. I could fly if I wanted to. Good trajectory. Shrine nearby. Yeah, I know. I saw. Unless you mean another one. No, that's the one, huh? Look at that. Oh, there's a Korok there, huh? Oh, shit. This music got all intense. Like a bird in the sky, I believe I can fly. Well. Look at that. There's an electrical thing. I don't know what it means. Oh. All right. Extra stamina pan off big time. Yeah. Hey, never punish, right? Look at that. Look, there's a spear. What are you doing? Is that an evil spear? Are you after me? Shit. Oh, God. Oh, no. Can you imagine if I died right there? Dakatus. Sunken scoop. All right. The sunken scoop. Might have to use ice powers here. I don't even know how to dive, man. Don't make me. I might not be able to do this if I can't dive. Because I can always leave, right? Yeah, I can always leave. So it makes me think that there's sometimes shrines that I'm not able to do yet. look at this. And this has a thing. What are you all about, man? I don't even know. Whoa. And I gotta get through you? Alright. Anything I can do here? Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, man. I got a big bowl of soup. Think then, Link. Yeah. Gotta go to Link Between Worlds mode, right? Does this do it? No, that doesn't do it. Oh, I gotta scoop up the ball. Okay, hold on. Wait. Gotta go bowling for soup. Balling for soup. Alright. Wait, I wanna move my camera. Okay, alright. But I can't. One is moving Link, one is moving the bowl. Alright. Good soup. These lyrics. Oh, where'd the thing go? Oh, okay, good. Alright. Barbarical in the chat. I imagine I need maybe a couple of these. So, got a couple balls here. Okay. Almost. Got him. All right, here we go. What's up, everybody? I got a couple of, fucking knew you'd say something. Damn Dunkaroos were so, a few Dunkaroos. Oh, man. All right, who wants? I got some donut holes, some Timbits. Oh, what? How do I get in there? What? I gotta press a button? Okay. Alright. So, I'm gonna dunk. There you go. Stay there, stay there, stay there. Alright. I'm gonna maybe nudge you a little bit. So I'm gonna go like this and then do a little nudge like that. Alright. Okay, that's good. You stay right there. We're going to use the power of this to kind of push on that button down there. That's a big button, dude. How do I press that? Dude. What the frick? Maybe I got to use kinetic energy or something. Oh, fuck. I lost... What? Okay, hold on. Oh, because there's maybe multiple of these, huh? No, it just launched over there. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, and then cancel. Oh, okay, you just have to let go. All right, so now the ball should roll down. All right, all right. Okay. Magneto time. Oh shit. Oh shit. We gotta go. Oh crap. Phew. Man, that was intense, huh? What do you think, Monk? Is there a secret chest in here? There's always usually a secret chest, isn't there? Maybe I missed it in the previous rooms. Well, let's go back and see. I'm gonna take a look. Gotta read the room here. Oh yeah, I forgot I could pick these up too. Yeah. Very cool. Why are there so many of them? Monk waiting a billion years for the chosen one, like this guy? My guy, what are you doing? Alright, let's see if there's anything around here. Any chest? Oh! Oh! Hold on a minute. Oh! Look at that! What's up? A silver longsword? Nice. Nice. Although the Zora prefers spears to swords, they made this two-handed weapon using a special metal. It found popularity among Hylians for its unique design. Well, sick design, man. I will use it, my dude. Because fashion means something among us Hylians. Alright. I'm going to have to start dropping my farming tools. Alright, what is this can be used for? 15 to 16. Wow, actually, is that pretty powerful? I mean, who needs a sledgehammer when you've got that, huh? You know, there's like a lot of torches around, so maybe I could drop the torch. Just use fire arrows. I know I'm about to get my third sword, so maybe I'm being a little greedy here. But, you know, what would Dunpeel do, though? I'm going to drop the torch. Yeah. I'm probably going to find another one. But I really got to fight people more. Hey, there's that Lizalfos waiting to be fought. I got to fight him. Man, that was so sick. I'm gonna approach that monk. Oops, approach that monk with this if I can. Oh crap! Eh. Yeah. All right, I gotta throw it. Oops. Fine. Want a medicine ball? I got one. Oh, I can't even press A here unless I drop it. Oh! It like floated in the air and I pressed A. Is it just gonna drop in front of him? No, I wouldn't. Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial is unique. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I would bestow upon you a spirit orb. No. We left behind a non-sword for another sword, so now I'm carrying 3 swords. I now have a silver longsword that I found. Yeah. I'm starting to run out of room to carry like a variety of things. But I have now resolved myself to use a fiery attack against icy enemy may defeat in one hit. Cool. Let's just fight people more. Like this Lizalfos. Oh boy. Oh, shit. Okay, alright, here we go. Oh, hell yeah. Alright. Not bad. Okay, I guess that guy didn't even really think... Oh, this is a new one too. Lizal Spear. The brutal ripping edge of this weapon's spearhead is a distinctly Lizalfos design. Its low durability doesn't lend itself to extended use. I'm just going to leave that there. I have too much stuff. Hi. Whoa! You're so aggressive. Variety not needed, just sword. Hey, I'm stirring my pot of stew with the sword. No need for cooking materials. Hey, I'm tilling this land with the sword. No need for a farming hoe. Oh, look at that. There's even like a Lizal boomerang. A curved sword favored by the Lizalfos. It can be used to attack directly or it can be thrown like a boomerang. I mean, a sword could do all those things. Yeah, true. See, now you got... See, it said sword in the description, so now I gotta... God damn. Alright, we're gonna leave behind the mop. I'll see you later, mop. And now we have 2 boomerangs. Okay, well... Time for the long trek back. Time to just get lost in it all, huh? I'm in a whole new world. There's a shrine over there. What are you? What the heck? Are you friendly? Gopunga Village Ruins? No, you're not. Oh, boomerang. Oh, nice. Oh, I gotta throw it. I gotta throw it. There you go. Electric key swing. A rare electric key swing. The part of the electric keys that produces electricity is not in its wings, so it won't shock you. Toss it in with some critters to make elixirs. Do I still have my thing I threw? Did it come back? Oh. Oh, shit. Where'd you go? Gotcha. Run. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Ah! Oh, shit. I got shocked. Okay. Well, time to eat. I got 3 health to restore. Okay, next thing I see that's 3, I'm gonna eat. Ooh, hot buttered apple. So much variety. Oh. 3 plus movement speed? That seems good. Oh, I dropped my thing. That's right. Alright. Oh, they're all... lightning is bad. Oh, Navita in the chat.
It slashes evil.
See, that's why the... Oh, man, the mop would have been good here. Because they're all... It's not conducting electricity. There's a D&D podcast called Adventure Zone. Oh, I've heard of that. And these guys always remind me of the Wizard Taco. Oh. J-Station said that. Oh, shit. Oh, my Guardian Sword. Oh, my God. There it is. Not again. Yellow choo-choo jelly. A jiggly substance that came from an electric choo-choo. Electricity pulses through its gelatinous mass. If struck, it will... Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I don't want this on. Unequip. There's my boomerang. Yay! Okay. Alright. Navita says, hi, I mostly lurk because I don't like watching Breath of the Wild. Oh, no. You do like, sorry. Hey, mostly like because I just like watching Breath of the Wild gameplay. Don't mind me. All right, sounds great. Welcome on in, and feel free to lurk forever and ever. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Now it's nice to know that there's peeps just enjoying that in the background. Lightning rod, a magical rod that can shoot balls of electricity. Its gem contains lightning from the Hyrule Hills. It's not recommended to use as a melee weapon. That's amazing. Okay, all right. I dropped stuff. Now I got to pick them back up. All right. Okay, got my hammer. Got my boomerang. There's also the other boomerang I dropped, I think, right? There's the wooden one. I guess I don't need the wooden one. Lurk forever and ever. Okay, this game's estimating. That's true. Yeah, here's the regular boomerang. I guess I'm okay with this. Let's see. 14. What would this say? Can't carry anymore. And you usually learn new things. Oh, yeah. People have been saying they literally haven't done a thing when they watched me. This is only my second session, although my first session was 14 hours long, because I was doing a special stream. But yeah, so and I'm sure the same thing if I, once I beat this game and I watch other people play, I'm sure I'll be like, whoa, which is great. Everyone's got their own unique journey. I'm glad. Oh, a sword in the ground. That's so cool. I love that. Purple rupee. Awesome. All right, well, I guess I gotta go to, where was, okay, yeah, there was a shrine there I wanted to get to. Oh, I should probably restore my health. Simmered fruits. We got that hot buttered apple. Oh, let's equip our shield as well. Oh, why are some of these shiny? I don't know. Ooh, apples. All right. Might as well. This might be looking up Breath of the Wild, how long to beat. Yeah. Yep. So we're in it for the long haul. We're gonna have to be diligent about, getting in streams often and such, and sure, slowly but surely we'll complete this game. Well, at least roll credits. That's the goal when streaming, is rolling credits, and then we can move on. But along the way, I do get curious about stuff that will take me away from the main quest. Oh, whoa. Oh, you're about to wrap around me? Holy. Oh, maybe not. It just seemed to go all up in my biz. Alright. Wow, look at this. There's a chain. A wooden shield. That's cool. Cannot carry it, but let's see. Yeah, wooden could be good for the lightning, right? So I guess there's this thing. This is 10. I guess I could have one of each kind, so I can drop one of these. Anything cool in here? I like my apples like I like my toast. Nice stab. Got an acorn. That's good. We ran out of acorns next. Oh, there it goes. Last time we were cooking. Whoa, nice bum rush. Okay, now we're using that sword up so we can make more space in our weapon inventory. Maybe this too. Chopping down trees. That helps get rid of our axes and stuff. Okay. Huh. I was just seeing if we could cut down a tree. Yeah, there you go. Anything cool in here? In a wagon? Maybe we can step inside? No? Okay. Okay, okay, where's our North Star? I'm gonna look for that shrine again. Is it that? That's a completed one. I think we had an uncompleted one we were trying to shoot for. So let's get a high ground here. Oh yeah, right, that one. Okay. How dare you, Dumpio? Okay, is this dangerous? Is this too boggy and stuff? Is it gonna pollute my... I don't know. I'm looking out. Whoa! I interrupted your sleep, huh? Oh shit. Okay. Let's try that again. Whoa! Oh man, that didn't work either. Oh, yeah! Sick! Okay, cool. Oh man. Cool. Anime hero moment. Yeah. Wowee. That's cool. We just learned how to do some of this stuff recently. What the frickin'? Yeah, look, this sword is frickin' cool. Gotta unequip this. Look at that. I feel like I'm that Link, what is it? Fierce Deity Link from Majora's Mask. Not that I, really know too much about Majora's Mask, right? Haven't beaten it yet. But you hear the rumors. Do you mind explaining how to Flurry Rush? Oh, you mean me explain? It's like I did when you dodge at the last second, or when you parry, like do a. Oh wait, am I gonna die? Oh shit. Or I scared him, huh? Yeah. Okay. When you dodge at the last second, so I'm assuming you know how to do the dodge. Or if you do a shield, like block thing at the right time, then it will come up on its own. That's my experience so far with the game. I just learned it in a shrine, but yeah, I so right now I'm not consistent with it, but I just try to do a. In that case, against the Lizalfos, I was seeing that their weapon is going to go forward because it's a spear. And then so I just dodged to the left, at the right time, and then it just came up. So that was my strategy. Feel free, anyone else, if you want to add more tips, you can let Navita know. The right time is key, yeah. I did get hit. I did get hurt during that. I messed up. But I wanted to practice against that Lizalfo, so I was like, all right, let's do it. Oh, all right, here we go. Let's see. Hi. Oops, I missed. Oh! Oh God, you got me. All right. Wait, am I using the best bow? I just realized probably am not. No, I am. Okay. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to call the horse. I'm gonna run through all my. I gotta save my fire arrows, huh? What does fire blow up ice like a lot? Maybe? Okay. Oops. They really like hanging out by the window, huh? Come on. Oh, here we go. I got it. Okay. Let me get the kind of like Bayonetta witch time. Oh yeah, and also when I'm entering that time, when I'm entering the flurry thing, what I did, I just spammed Y button a lot. I don't know if I even need to do that. Lots of people really like the witch time borrowed from Makes Sense's Bayonetta rule, so that's cool. I think it was. All right, cool. Bayonetta talk. Let's do arrow. Next one. Okay, all right, here we go. Oh. Oh, shut up, shut up. No, no. That one had a horn. Oh, God. All right. All right, here it goes. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh! All right, get in there. All right. Whew, rusty claymore. Oh, that's not so bad. I've gotten stronger since first seeing those type of peeps. Yeah, that's fine. More garrison ruins. All right, where's the other ones? Ooh, spiked bokobo. All right. That's sick. I think it's cool to how much Ocarina of Time influenced 3D action games. The Circle Breath of the Wild being influenced by it. Yeah. Alright, I'm doing the thing that Harris told me about before. How long will this flame last? Not long. Oh well. It's taking a little bit of time, so let's just get into the action, huh? Oh, a new one, huh? Spiked Boko Spear. A Boko Spear enhanced with sharpened animal bones. It's light, easy to use, and deals a decent amount of damage. I'm almost so curious about the fire. Yeah. What's this? Floatzel in the chat. Man. Oh, maybe the shine means they're at full, yeah, they're not at lowered durability. I see. All right, I think I'm good on, I mean, I could use, a spear would be nice. Maybe I'll drop the, okay, it's 12. Okay, maybe I'll drop the club here. And whoa, a knight's halberd. That's even better than a spear that I got. What a what a fake out. It's so funny. All right, I got the halberd then. Wait, that's 13. What's this one? So if I drop this, and this says 6. Yeah, okay. All right. I hear a sound, like someone is friendly and outside. Is that true? What is that sound? Always a weapon in the chest when you spent time trying to decide. Yep, they call it. It's even called, like, the weapon would be called the Spiteful Zapshroom, the Spiteful Sword. This mushroom grows wild in the Gerudo region. We're in the Gerudo region. The cap is naturally insulated, so when used in cooking, it will offer protection against electricity. Oh, wow. Yeah, you hear that? Huh, Leto.
Oh, you there.
Eh?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! Over here! I'm over here. A Zora, my first Zora. Amazing. I apologize for calling on you so suddenly. I am Leto, a proud member of the distinguished Zora. As you are a real Hylian, I had no choice but to call upon you. Will you please spare me a moment of your time? Sure thing.
Oh.
Thank you so very much. Gerudo region? Whoa, whoa, people like this region? Oh my god. You see that tower? The one atop that mountain yonder? I need you to go upstream of Zora River, which runs along the north side of that tower, to Inogo Bridge. ... I can see it in your eyes. You're asking yourself, why me? A reasonable question for a stranger accosted by a passing Zora in such a manner. But I must assure you, this venture will be very profitable for you as well.
You see, Prince Sidon of the Zora is in desperate search of a strong Hylian.
Now we really found some urban fit.
And as this is a royal request from the prince himself, it's safe to assume a generous reward is in the cards. That is why I'm asking you to meet with Prince Sidon at Inogo Bridge, along the Zora River, just upstream of here. There's 3 highlighted words here, 2 different colors. Keep track, or keep up. Okay, thank you, Leto. All right. Oops.
I wonder if I can make it without eating a stamina thing. I might not be able to. I might have to do one more stamina boost to make these. The rare Jared Leto cameo. Oh my god. Really sad at Zora time. Okay. Ice arrows, what's up? Awesome. All right, who's making those noises? Yeah, I feel like you're like over here. Oh well. I guess it's just gonna keep bugging me. Maybe it's just a bird. You know? Yeah, it is peaceful. Well, I'm right here at the shrine. I could do that real quick and then go and do go to the top of this mountain. Maybe check that out. Maybe there's something a goodie right there. And then yeah, then we'll keep going. All right. Oh, but there's spiky stuff. Hold on a minute. Uh-oh. Do we have to drop down from, like, way up above again? Like, from up there? Ah, oh, jeez. I don't think we can make it from here. Well, all right, I'll try. Here we go. Ugh. That ain't gonna work. Maybe there's a way up otherwise. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, wait, whoops, wrong weapon. Yeah, I guess I'll... Ooh, a halberd. 2 could play at that game, huh? Nice. Oh, wow, I just realized it's 1:30. I usually stop at 1 when it's a work night. So I guess we should wrap up here. Well, let's finish this Lizalfa's out. Oh, let's see, I see. You're the one firing projectiles. Okay, and then... I guess let's cut down. Oh, what the heck's going on? Oh, okay. Just zombies, skeletons, and the like. Now the apples are gonna roll, but I still wanted to try. Might have to go bobbing for apples, but I guess we didn't have to. The breath has claimed me. I know, my God. Like that, the Breath of the Wild. I'm so glad I picked Breath of the Wild for the 14-hour stream. Time really went by so fast. You know. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go. You know, I don't expect anyone to stick around. So if you're gonna go, you know, I'll see you later. Have a good night. I think I'll go till 2 for this night. You know, get a little wild here, especially since you know we just had to confirm we have some new people joining us to watch. So And you know, I'm enjoying it. So, actually, I'm still working on my energy drink. So, if I stop, I would just be awake anyway. Okay. Wow, look at the pretty stuff. Should I swim there? Nah. Just run another 14 hours. No problem. Just a cool another 14 hours. Okay. This is a good time to eat one of our stamina foods if we can't really make it. Yeah, let's do that. So let's see, one that gives a little bit of stamina, but also a little bit of hearts. That one's a good one. That one's a good one too. Sounds like you might like the game. Ah, you caught me. It really is easy to just lose track of time in this. Yeah, man. We should be. Oh wow, I'm about to. I'm about to lose stamina. Hold on. Okay, all right. I just didn't want to drown like right from the edge. I didn't know what was gonna happen. Oh, hi. Wait, wrong weapon. Hey, you're kind of a bigger blob. That's cool. That's awesome. Okay, I probably will not be able to chop down one more tree. I think it's one strike left I got. Yeah. Wait, critical hit though. Oh, wait. I got it. Okay, cool. That's nice. Just can't get the wood from that, but yeah. Hope they bring Twilight Princess to Switch. That would be sick. I really enjoyed Twilight Princess when I played it. Got that warm danger. That darner. Gosh darner. Right? Yeah, there you go. Those were the jokes. Okay, so now let's climb this. Whoops. There you go. We're all waiting for a Nintendo. Let's build a coalition. Let's make a Facebook group, or not a Facebook group, you know. It's too old-fashioned. Alright, what's going on up here? Have we already been up here? Maybe there really is just nothing. Sometimes... Oh. Yeah, cool. Oh. Got it. Okay, cool. I think there's another shroom. Yeah, right there. There you go. Man, we're near a shrine. Oh yeah, we are near a shrine. We were just from there. Twilight Princess gets a bad rap for some reason. Man, that's cyclical, man. Because I remember when Wind Waker first came out. I think maybe it was also because of the expectations from when they were doing the tech demo of GameCube. It showed the Ocarina of Time style of characters during a tech demo of like Link and Ganondorf fighting, but Wind Waker came out and people did not like the cell shaded design. And then now, when I'm sure nowadays people are like, oh man, I love that style. And then man, where am I going next? And then when Twilight Princess came out, people were like, yeah. For oh, maybe we could fly down from here. Is that higher? I probably won't make it. Okay. Yeah, so like people were like loving the return to Ocarina of Time type of stuff. And then now they don't like it? Gosh dang it. Google tells me there are several active petitions. Ooh. There you go. What's this? Oh. It's just the light coming through the window. I thought this was a shield. I was like, whoa. like a grown over shield. But it has like it would be called rusted shield or something like that. Hylian shield. Oh, a Hylian shield. Oh, Fox. Oh, I'm sorry, Fox. I didn't mean to disturb you. Oh man. Okay. I need to get back to my horse. I'm way far away from it. Where am I gonna go next? I guess I should head towards the light, you know, the circle. Yeah, I guess so. All right, here goes. Ooh, frog. Nice. I like how it says tireless frog. Need a round mail in the chat. I feel like Skyward Sword was the only one that dipped. Still super fun. Oh yeah. Remember Wind Waker also getting grumbles and also fantastic. Yeah, I wonder if like a lot of the banking was put on the like it might be lost to. It's lost now the novelty of the Skyward Sword. Doing the Wii Motion Plus controller. I remember that was like one of the selling points for Skyward Sword. So now it's like, oh, you can like Skyward Sword is supposed to be a demo for your awesome Wii Motion Plus gameplay. But now if you do HD Skyward Sword, which I think they did, right? I don't know if they even matched that. So you've lost that novelty. It's a light shield. Yeah, there you go. Kaponga Village Ruins. We were here before, right? Which means we are coming back to where we were before. Yeah, we already did that shrine. Yeah, we flew down from a mountain to that shrine, and it was glorious. Does the map show your path? Current location. Oh, there's the horse. Yeah, there you go. That's where I gotta go. Ooh, frog. Shrooms. Oh man, beautiful mountainside. Oh man, is this another one of those chests in the water things? No? Maybe up here. Huh. Alright, let's see. Ooh. Free boat. I know, right? I'm just wondering how I can pilot that boat. The Rusty Claymore. Oh, what are you? Oh, hey. Oh. I gotta chase you, huh? Is this tag? I'm gonna cut you off right here. Come on. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, you found me. That was sick. Bye-bye. Oh, a chest. Very nice. Okay, yeah. Inventory is full. I got a soldier's broadsword. It says 14 on it. What we got? We got 20, 22. I guess this Rusty Claymore is not... I'm sorry it's a sword, but... I'm gonna pass up there's plenty of Rusty Claymores to go around. Don't worry. It's like how I like chocolate milk, but there's always going to be chocolate milk at a grocery store, so we don't need to hoard our chocolate milks. I don't know, that's the first thing I thought of. But some cool swords like that Zora sword we got, You don't find that every day. Whoa. Or if they're ones that we haven't used yet. Whoa, those look like guardians in the ground. Alright. I gotta be careful. Wrong. Always hoard chocolate milk. Okay. Alright. Oh, hi. Yeah, time for to poke some jellies. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Alright. Okay. See what happens. Oh, okay. Alright. That sounds not so bad. I guess I could start, like, climbing around them, maybe? Don't wake up, alright? I mean, I guess if they could wake up and then I mean, if they don't wake up, I can collect some new parts. Did they get anything? They fall away? Oh, here's one right there. Rock salt. Okay, well, time to stare death in the face, huh? If it activates, I'm just gonna drop. One of these might be alive. Maybe you could tell that it's not gonna come alive based on. Oh, another. Oh, what? Oh, those are bokoblins, not foxes. I thought they were foxes. Oh, they're on horses and stuff. That's sick. Ooh, another rusty broadsword. All right. Well, there they go. When the music kicks in. Oh, I see. Oh shit. Oh, boar. All right. It's okay. All right. Whoa. All right. Very cool that we've started headed towards our horse and we found another one. Okay, so now I would like to feed you. Do I have any apples and carrots left? Do you like baked apples? I don't know if that's good for you. I could try to give you. Oh, I got apples of galore, of course. I've been picking them up all day. All right. 5 apples for the horse. Here you go. Eat up. I'll start picking these up while you eat. There you go. Horse.
Don't look at his face. He looks like a little donkey.
He looks like a little donkey. Woo. Yeah, we found another.
Yeah, we liberated another.
Yeah. Year of the Horse, let's go. We were just playing a horse game as part of our Year of the Horse celebrations.
He looked like he dipped his nose in a bucket of paint.
Yep. Uma Musume went. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to my horse and then be like, what the? You left me out here for days and then now you come back with another horse. It's like, but this horse was able to let me. Wow, look at all are these wild horses? Whoa. Teal horse. Oh, sorry. Okay. I guess I could try to get the teal horse. Oh, ran away. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, you're good. Okay. Hey, Piccolo. What are you doing?
No one looks like me.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Oh, shit. Fuck. That's so good. I'm sorry, I scared you, huh? There's probably no hope. I should probably increase my movement speed, right? A guardian! Oh,
my God, never mind.
Oh my god.
Focus spots is right there. Get him.
Oh fuck! I've never tried to like go running around. Oh man, that's good.
So long.
All right, I'm just gonna eat this one. Like maybe a haste. I should use a haste elixir, and then it will help with trying to catch up. Okay, there we go. Ooh, a black one.
Do we just collect horses?
Let's just collect them all. Well, all right. I'll let you pick. I'm never trying to go running around. Seabiscuit. Oh, there you go. Which one should I pick?
That one's wiggling its booty.
That one's what? Wiggling its booty?
It wiggled its booty at the camera. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, which one should I try to get?
Oh.
You choose my second horse.
Oh man, I like this one, but I also like the all black one.
All right, let's get the all black one.
Is that the one you like?
I mean, it's cool. I think I like the teal one the most.
The all teal one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This one. Yeah.
This one, the one that kicked you.
Yeah.
The one with the white hooves.
Yeah. Okay, so let's. Oh, there's someone up there. Who are you? You a goblin or what? Oh, it's a goat. It's a goat. Oh, there's a brown one. Okay, all right. I want this teal one. Wow, there it goes.
Come back, Piccolo the horse.
Okay, here he goes. Dead end.
Oh my god.
We got it. Okay.
Wow.
I want to give it food, but if I get off, yeah, I'm gonna do it. It might be trying to run away again. Apples?
Apples for friend?
All right, sweet. It's liking it. Sawaddle on the chat.
Yes, 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 yes. Eat apple, be friend. Eat apple, be friend. Why is
It's got
its hair
it's
doing
got
that?
silver hair, and that's awesome. Why is the hair doing that? Yeah.
Hair is sticking up.
W, thank you. Is that good? All right, let's go. Oh, yeah. It is still a little, you know, trying to steer me elsewhere. Okay, we'll just ride slowly then.
There's another one.
I know.
Another one.
I'm gonna try to take it easy. Oh,
Ah!
duh,
Human!
it's that guy.
A mule!
We bought from them before. Oh, I could talk with them while I'm still on the horse. Travel with my donkey.
Oh, well, now it's a dog.
Oh, wait. Oh, I have to press ZL and talk. Okay. ZL plus A. Okay, okay. My delightful donkey, you've done such good work. You get a yummy reward in the form of a vegetal treat. Oh, but perhaps it would be better to sell them to a paying customer. Hey, give it to your donkey. Say, I see you eyeballing the packs on my donkey. Want to see my goods?
Oh.
Fresh meat and vegetables straight from Kakariko Village. Well,
Your donkey?
yeah. Well, how about this? I'll buy your raw meats and hearty truffles.
I hope.
And then they can feed the carrots and pumpkins to the donkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. We bought half the stuff. That way, the man is happy because he got money. The donkey happy because he got food.
And the Bradley happy.
And I'm happy because I got a new horse.
Ah.
And you're happy because we have this horse too.
And you also know that you got that donkey a treat.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay, you're just gonna look at me too? Okay, we're just gonna travel together, I guess.
Hey, he's got a rabbit on his shield.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Slow down a little bit. Oh, there you go, yeah. That's nice. Okay, alright, I'll dare try this. There you are. I need to register this. This horse.
You're gonna register the horse?
Yeah. That means I have to leave the other horse just hanging out until I register this one. Because otherwise this is just going to wander away, right?
Oh.
Ah. Cool. Alright. Well, we're back in Kakariko, huh?
Gotta name the horse. What are you gonna name the horse?
Gotta name the horse. You can find it on the map where to go next. Okay. Do the apples come back when the ones in front of? Oh yeah, because people are leaving their prayer apples.
They're prapples?
They're prapples. That's funny. Okay. Let me get this. What happens when they both meet each other? What happens?
You have one that's like sunlight and one that's like moonlight.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Another feast for everybody. Oh, wow. That's cool. Here.
Maybe not.
Are you full? Oh, you did. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wow. Wow. You have to play the game until harvesting season comes back IRL. Okay, here's. You want another one? Have another one.
I just realized you have a horse that's panini colored and a horse that's piccolo colored.
Oh, that's perfect. Wow. Piccolo and Panini. Hi, Nini. Do you want this one? Are you full? You full? Wow, you just keep spinning around, huh? All right, how about here? I'll meet you halfway. No, okay. No. Okay, I'm putting it away. All right. Well, all right. You stay here, okay? All right. Thanks. Bye. I'll be back. Oh man. Wow. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh no. Come on, let's go. Oh boy. Ooh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh, you've been through a lot, haven't you? But now you're stuck on. Come on. Ugh. Okay. All right. Phew. Hey, we're finally back. We're finally back to the guy with the maracas. I'm sorry. Okay, do you want to just... I know you're in the rocks right now. I need to get you off the rocks. Okay, there you go. Alright, we're going slow. We're staying here. Off the rocks. Okay, phew. Okay, so now we're getting to the 2 o'clock time, and that's when I'll stop around this time. But I think after we talk to the maracas guy is where we'll leave off, and then we'll begin our session 3 with horse number 2, and trying to make it to the next yellow circle thing.
Do a barrel roll.
Oh shoot! Let's do a barrel roll. All right, let's see. No one behind me. Okay, thanks for the barrel roll. Oh, another barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Thank you for that. Okay. Maracas. That's so funny. Shalakala! Use the boost to get through. Those are my maracas. Please give them to me. All right, there you go. Shalaka! But wait, there's something wrong with my maracas. The Korok seeds inside are gone. How am I supposed to dance now? Shoko. If I had just one Korok seed, I could sing, dance, and use my powers to help you. Well, we have 11 or 12 or something. You see, I have the power of inventory expansion. So let me know if you find some Korok seeds. I did. I got. Oops. Oh. The children of the forest must have taken the Korok seeds for my beloved maracas. Never thought I'd be the target of one of their pranks, Shoko. But wait, do you have a Korok seed? You do! You got a Korok seed from one of the forest children. If you'll just give me one Korok seed, I'll make your inventory bigger. Yes, please. You have a trading card of this guy? Wow. Shalaka. So which stash do you want more slots in? Weapons, please. Oh, yeah! Shaky shaka. Nice. Oh my god. That's amazing. Da na 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 na. Inventory upgrade, hell yeah. What a hero. Adorable little arms dealer. Yeah. Your weapon stash has been expanded. Shalaka! I still smell Korok seeds on you. Want me to expand? Yeah. Let me do one for each at least. My bow. Shaky shaka. Woohoo! Oh yeah, I can store maybe more arrow stuff too. That's good. That's good. I like it. I think the bow one is less useful for me. Maybe. Look at the time. I need to get back before Grandpa yells at me. Shoko, sorry I have to go, but I still need Korok seed. Oh wow. Wait, you have to go now? Thanks for being my maracas back. Once I see you off, I'm going back home. Okay. Korok Forest. Okay, we have to finish talking and then we'll go. Then we'll stop stream. Korok Forest. This should be somewhere north of here. Grandpa told me if you get lost, follow the Hylia River and continue to... Oh, more Hylia River, more river stuff. That's what he said, and Grandpa's no liar. Do you want to talk some more? Who are you? Huh? I suppose I should tell you a little something about myself. My name is Hestu, the most celebrated musician of Korok Forest. Shalaka-la-la. Do you want to talk some more? Korok seeds? Korok seeds come from the Korok children, and they're a little bit... Sorry, I blew out my voice singing. Do you want to talk some more? Goodbye. Hi, Mia River. Bye-bye. Okay, all right. That's a good place to stop. Whew. But yeah, next time I want to get even more weapon stuff. But I'll do one more shield, and then I'll do the rest weapons. Then I could carry all the farm tools that I want. I can get a mop back. I can get the... I need another axe again. Yeah. Okay, let's save. That was sick. Okay, let's see who we can raid into here. And then we'll close out. There we go. You can look at Link while I look for someone. Yeah, let's pick this person. Wait. Let me check again. J Station. Were you going to stream? No, right? Yes, no? Was it Tuesdays and Saturdays? Saturdays? Okay. J Station, go beat Jim. I need to check. I need to double check with you. Sorry that if it's a broken record. No stream till Saturday. Okay, all right. All right, we're good. We good. One of these days. I feel like it would be funny if for the rest of our lives I'll keep asking you, and every time I ask you, it's never a day that you're about to stream. That would be just a recurring thing. Cruel, not a cruel, maybe just just add some hilarity to our lives, you know? All right, I think I spelled this right. Jonathan Ong. Okay, we're rating into Jonathan Ong, which actually I didn't double check what they were doing. I mean, they're always doing music. Yeah, they're doing music, you know. They're I'm reading their bio. Multi-interest instrumentalist, learning your requests by ear and looping them into whatever majestic chaos arises. So you can enjoy watching that process is on the usual, wherever they're at their current process. I'm not sure. Ammonite is in the chat if you want a split second, last second catch. You may not see if he succeeded, but I'm sure it logs it. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, we're gonna do another stream of Breath of the Wild sometime this week. Next one, I never want to say a day because things come up, but it'll be sometime. J Station, Dunpeel, Harris, Bobena, Navita. Sorry if that jump scared you since you're lurking. Lurkers as well, the other ones. And all the raids that came in. I appreciate everybody following along on this first playthrough journey. It's amazing. This is fantastic. Not overhyped still. I'm still not disappointed. It's lovely. All right, everybody. I'll catch you later. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye. Thanks for a wonderful stream. Yep. Thanks for a wonderful audience. Bye.